about continuing opportunities for that change, that constant evolution, and that constant innovation, really led by the work of the commission, but certainly the leadership and really every single individual employee at the Oregon Department of Transportation. We'll talk a little bit about sort of the status report. So this will all talk about House Bill 2017, some of the, again, big kind of work efforts that we've got underway right now. I will spend a little bit of time talking about our legislative agenda for the 2023 session. And also, there's a separate item later this morning or afternoon. We'll dive in a little bit more deeply on 2023 sort of dynamics and then what we're expecting to really be discussing and advocating for, and hopefully how we can partner on that later this year. And then finally, we'll just do a little bit of a looking forward, looking ahead, so that as we then hopefully reconvene this group next year or in 2 years, we can all look back and say, I remember talking about that, and look how great we've done so far. Next slide. So I always like to show this photo because it really gives a good snapshot. 109 years ago, where were we? So the Oregon State Highway Department was really formed truly to get Oregon out of the mud, to pave roads, to connect communities to one another, to make sure that our economy was growing and continuing to move. We've evolved a lot since then. Next slide. So as you can see now, we have an incredibly broad and diverse portfolio across organizations. We are 4,800 FTE. We are an almost $6 billion organization, the third largest state agency here in the state of Oregon. And we have a public and active transportation division and program. We really build that network to make a safe, accessible, and welcoming infrastructure and services for people walking, biking, and taking transit. We have a regulatory and revenue generation arm, right? So looking to ensure safety and compliance and regulation of the transportation system and also the people who use the transportation system, and certainly generating the revenue so we can continue to fund and maintain it and operate it and grow it and modernize it and all the other adjectives over time. We have certainly roadway responsibility, right? So looking at how we're maintaining and improving our network to make sure, again, we're connecting communities to one another, we're enabling people to move through their communities and enabling businesses and all of these sort of economic components of our state to really become productive, highly functioning. And then we've got rail and freight components and responsibilities as well. So ensuring the safety and improving the operations of our motor carrier and rail freight network. The one thing I would probably mention here, as you can see, again, it's an incredibly diverse and varied book of business. But the one thing that underpins all of this is that connection to the system itself, and importantly, the partnerships that we have with folks in this room, folks outside of this room as well. We all have a really critical component piece of funding, of maintaining, of serving communities, and how do we leverage, I think, those partnerships to make sure that we can do the very best at the very highest level for everybody here in the state of Oregon and everybody in the communities that we all serve. Next slide. So our strategic action plan, which some of you may or may not be familiar with, was adopted by the Oregon Transportation Commission and ODOT back in 2021 now. So it's 2021-23 strategic action plan, which really articulates, and I think was helping to define a level of specificity, a level of precision for the things and the values and priorities that guide our organization. So as you can see here, we've got 3 kind of main strategic priorities: equity, a modern transportation system, and sufficient and reliable funding. Further down, we sort of articulated 10 different strategic plan outcomes that are really, we're looking to advance and be specific and concrete and tangible in what we're actually doing and how this is informing the work that we are doing. Next slide. Next slide. So we're looking at some opportunities for innovation. I mentioned a second ago how, right, this organization is under a lot of change, a lot of evolution, continuing to maintain our kind of core critical mission critical functions, which is maintaining modern transportation system and building a modern transportation system, and also looking at ways that we can address congestion, we can strengthen our seismic and climate resiliency, we can continue to increase equity and, importantly, equitable outcomes for every single person, every single community that relies on the network of the state of Oregon. We can reduce harms, including pollution. We can make it safer for people to get around and get within their community. And importantly, again, the thing that sort of underpins, I think, all of our ability to deliver on these priorities is our sustainable funding mechanism, or potentially lack thereof, right? So how are we able to be funded? How are we able to create the funding so that we can continue to modernize and deliver on the things that we know the state needs? Next slide. Next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about sort of status report. So looking at, again, our construction volume, looking at a lot of the funding that came out of House Bill 2017. For those of you who are around, I imagine it was many, if not all of you, in the 2017 legislative session. You all know that the Oregon legislature passed the historic, pretty unprecedented package, $5.3 billion over 10 years, that was going to highway improvements, to public transportation, to safe routes to school, right? A kind of very broad investment in our transportation network. So here, this is sort of a snapshot. We call this the mountain chart. And you can see this strip itself. You can see money that came from House Bill 2017 projects. The money that's dedicated to the I-5 Roads Corridor project, and a lot of these what we call sort of the signature projects that came out of House Bill 2017, really focusing on congestion relief in the Portland metro region. This is really just intended to, again, sort of forecast and demonstrate the contract volume and the amount of funds that we're putting out into the community. I will note that it probably looks a little sort of metro-centric and metro-heavy. Got two head nods over here. Also notably, we've got House Bill 2017 projects that are not necessarily part of the urban mobility strategy or part of things happening in the Portland metro region. So next slide, and you can see all the House Bill 2017 projects really across the state. So this is intended to show the projects that were included in House Bill 2017, both the named projects, right, those that are called out in statute, as well as those projects that were funded by funds made available from House Bill 2017. Importantly, we are about 5 years now into House Bill 2017 delivery, right? It's a 10-year package, and we have been able to hit about 50% so far, so really right on track. So between those projects that are already in design, that are completed, or that are under construction, we are about halfway through delivery and about halfway through the time horizon of that package. Importantly, you can see that there is somewhat the geographic distribution here, right? It's not all projects in the Portland metro region, and also importantly, these are mostly kind of big capital improvement projects. These are not, right, those maintenance operations day-to-day projects. Next slide. So we'll spend a little bit of time talking about our mobility strategy. As some of you may know, whenever the legislature was developing House Bill 2017, they did a roadshow in 2016 to go around and say, what do communities across the state need? What do you need for your community? And one thing they heard loudly and clearly was congestion relief, or congestion in the Portland metro region was certainly negatively impacting, I think, the livability, frankly, of folks who live in Portland, as well as the ability for other communities across the state to get their goods through Portland to market. And so the legislature invested in, again, these are what I call the signature projects. So the Oregon 217, I-5 Roads Corridor, I-205 improvement, and then the Oregon toll program. So this is really what we call our urban mobility strategy. The legislature then sort of doubled down, for lack of a better term, on this funding plan and on this broader capital improvement plan during the 2021 session, when they sort of allowed those funds to be a little bit more flexible for how we advance some of these projects. So importantly, Oregon 217, the auxiliary lane addition, both northbound and southbound, is underway right now. For those of you who had to drive on 217, apologies. I live in Southwest Portland, have to drive on that road regularly. But importantly, the construction project is underway. It's going really well. I think it's a 3, maybe 4-year construction season. I'm looking at Ryan to confirm. I get 4 thumbs up. And it's going really well. I-205, the Abernathy Bridge project, is also well under construction right now. Broke ground in July of this year. That is the biggest capital improvement on the seismic resiliency on an interstate bridge in, I think, a very, very long time, maybe decades or longer. So we are really excited about that project as well. Importantly, the Interstate 5 Bridge Replacement Program, which you might be able to see the very kind of top of this map here, is another big body of work, another big project that we are advancing right now as well, in very close partnership with our regional partners. And then likely, and I'll get to this later, looking at hopefully a construction funding proposal to come to the next legislative session in 2023. So I will just leave this here for you to sort of take in. And then maybe the last thing I will mention is the Oregon toll program. So folks likely have heard a lot about our efforts underway after direction from the Oregon legislature to continue developing and really implementing a toll program, both to relieve congestion and kind of manage demand, as well as to generate revenue for ongoing maintenance and generate revenue for additional congestion relief projects in the southern metro region. This program is still underway, and we're expecting that we will have tolls online in the region ready about I-25, late 2024, early 2025. So lots of ongoing conversations about this, and I will note that our commission is highly engaged in this conversation in various different advisory committees. And really looking at how we build a modern toll program, an equitable toll program, and one that's able to, again, really meet the needs of the region and the state. Next slide. So I'll spend a little bit of time. I will probably kind of breeze through these slides about the federal infrastructure package that passed last November. I expect that Travis will talk a little bit about this as well in his section of the agenda this morning. But as you all know, Congress passed an infrastructure package last November. A lot of money came to the state of Oregon. Some of that was just sort of reauthorization, right, plussing up existing funding streams, and some of it was brand new money. So here you can just sort of see a little bit of a sampling of money that came to the state and really ongoing conversation about how that actually goes out into the community and goes out into the system. I will call out specifically here the amount of money that came from the federal government for EV charging infrastructure. As folks know, as we take a lot of steps to really accelerate the transition of electrification, ODOT is the lead agency, particularly as we look at the charging network, right? You can buy cars, but if you don't have a place to plug them in, what the heck are you going to do? So we're looking at how we are leading among our fellow state agencies, and we're really looking to partner with the private sector as well to get EV infrastructure and charging stations out where people need to plug their cars in. So $52 million came directly from the federal government. And then the commission actually doubled down on that and put in additional flexible federal funds so that we have a total of $104 million to go into EV charging stations across the state. Next slide. Even some more here. So this again, some investments that came from the federal government, discretionary grants. I'll call it in specific because there was a lot of competitive discretionary grant programs that were plussed up from the federal infrastructure package and also newly created by the federal infrastructure package. Importantly, we have to work in really, really close partnership with local governments, private entities, right? Everyone, all of our stakeholders to make sure that we are fully leveraging and drawing down any federal dollars that are on the table, right? I'm thinking about what the legislature says most constantly, it's don't leave federal funds on the table. We have to make sure we don't do that. So being ready, identifying those, and really starting to work those partnerships in advance so that we can be prepared to draw those funds down is really the name of the game. Next slide. I mentioned here, or mentioned earlier, that ODOT and the OTC are investing $100 million in EV charging infrastructure. This is a mix of federal and state funding, looking at fast chargers, and again, really just looking at how we are supporting the statewide, I think, appetite certainly, and really developing that statewide network of electric vehicle charging stations as we continue to accelerate the electrification of the fleet. Next slide. So here's just I mentioned we got those flexible federal funds that came from the IIJA investment package. And this is a sort of example or the final sort of tally of how the Oregon Transportation Commission ultimately allocated those funds, those flexible ones at the end. So you can see here, and again, kind of anchoring back that earlier piece about we have an incredibly broad and incredibly diverse portfolio. You can see here that the investment decisions and priorities certainly reflect that. It also really reflects, I think, a priority and a commitment to access to public transportation in particular, recognizing that the flexible funds enable that in a greater way than maybe they have historically. Next slide. So here again, another sort of visual depiction of what that looks like. Looking at sustainable and equitable transportation, certainly there are road and interchange improvements, as there always will be, maintenance and preservation, and then other programs at about 11% of those total federal funds, flexible federal funds. Next slide. So we do have some challenges, right? As is always the case, and I think everybody recognizes that. Is there a question?
Oh, I'm just surprised to say that it says crash data is approving. That surprises me.
Okay, yes, we can certainly grab some more data and drill down on it a little bit. Absolutely. I think you do see that pedestrian fatalities are still incredibly high and on the rise, right? And so we have a lot of room for improvement, a lot more we can do to make our road system safer for everybody who uses it. And really looking at where we can evaluate our own efforts, right? Whether that's education, whether that's road redesign, enforcement, right, et cetera, to look at how we can improve safety across the totality. Next slide. One thing I'll also mention is DMV. Folks don't often, I think of ODOT as the licensing agency, but certainly the Driver and Motor Vehicle Services is a part of the Oregon Department of Transportation. And so we have had a lot of significant challenge. I think a lot of that was really started in the early days of the pandemic, but at this point, it's no longer a pandemic problem, right? And I think we look at DMV as an example of how our maintenance and our operations funding is declining over time and really not able to fully recover the cost of providing the service. So we had a lot of challenges over the past couple of years, persistent staff shortages, difficult hiring, recruitment and retention problems in particular, and really wanting to make sure that we're keeping that customer experience at the top of mind. We did temporarily close some offices this past summer timeframe. Most of them, except for 2, are all the way back open. And so really making sure that we're continuing to show up in communities, able to provide that service. And at the end of the day, service is cost. And so how are we able to fully recover that cost of providing the service? And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to that legislative piece of it. Next slide. Next slide. So goals for session, stabilize the state highway fund. So Travis will talk about this later this morning, and it will be incredibly sad, incredibly depressing to figure out what we do collectively together to stabilize the state highway fund. So as folks know, right, transportation funding in the state of Oregon is primarily 3 revenue streams: DMV fees, weight mile tax, and gas tax. As we see gas tax decline because we're accelerating the electrification of the fleet and vehicles are getting more fuel efficient, what can we do to close that gap? I think part of that answer certainly is diversifying the stream in totality. So looking at something like reduced charge, looking at tolling revenue as well, and then also able to fully recover the cost of providing service. We get back to sort of DMV cost recovery function and structure as well, and really again looking at how we stabilize in the long term and provide structural sufficiency and structural liability in the way that we fund the transportation system here in Oregon. So road user charge and I-5 bridge replacement are the other 2, I would say, priorities walking into the next legislative session. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit later this morning. Next slide. Next slide. So what does the future look like? What is our vision? Our vision is that we've got congestion managed in the metro region and maybe in metro areas across the state, not just the Portland metro region. We've got widespread EV adoption. We have improvement in air quality, reducing carbon emissions, and recognizing that the transportation sector is responsible for a lot of carbon emissions. And so what are we doing as an agency to really reduce that across the state? We've got our lifetime routes that are upgraded or readier, maybe, in the event of Cascadia subductions or events. And we've got investments in transit and infrastructure like walking and biking that really helps to make sustainable, affordable, and convenient travel options for everyone. We've got a network, a transportation network that's maintained because we have, again, that sort of underpinning of sufficient and reliable funding. And at the end of the day, we've got a network that's able to connect people to their communities, connect communities to one another, and really continue to move the economy of our state. Next slide. So we create options to get people and things where they need to go. We serve everyone, individuals, families, and communities, and build and maintain a system that meets our needs now and for future generations for our this is a tall order. It's a work in progress. It's always a work in progress. But I think that with the partnerships that we've got around tables like these, with the work that we continue to do with our legislature and individual Oregonians across state, we can certainly get there, or at least we can make a ton of progress on the way. So with that, I think next slide is questions.
I think there's not a next slide.
Yeah. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Yeah, Ken.
Sorry. Were equity up there?
It seems that that word equity has developed more terms of what it means. Can you define what equity means?
I can define what equity means, I think, for the state certainly, and for ODOT. So I think I hear often equity in terms of socioeconomic equity, in terms of geographic equity, in terms of rural urban equity. I think when we talk about equity, we're looking at communities and individuals that have been historically marginalized or underrepresented, and looking at ways that systemic barriers, either in our decision making or in the outcomes that actually happen at the end of the day, contribute towards that, and how we're breaking those barriers down so that those communities and those individuals have sort of a level playing field, whether they're accessing the transportation system and network as a service, whether they are trying to get work and work with the Oregon Department of Transportation as a company, right, a contracting firm, something like that. So those are the two things I think about. And I think we're also really talking about what does that look like for our own workforce, so that we're able to have diverse perspectives around decision-making tables, so that those decision-making processes can influence and really ultimately lead to outcomes that serve everybody equitably.
Also to share on the agenda, we have Erica McCaplin coming later, who is our Assistant Director for Social Equity. She'll talk a little bit about why we're focused on equity, what it means, and also what it means to some of the advisory committees and how we're trying to roll that out. So you'll hear a little bit more about that.
Thanks for that.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to thank the OTC for the courtesy of allowing me to bring Leanne Thompson, our Vice Chair of the Northwest Acton Clatsop County Commissioner, who's going to be taking over for me as chair when I retire at the end of this year. So thank you for that courtesy. I want to say, Lindsay, thank you for that presentation. You covered a lot of real estate in a very short period of time, but I do have three things that I wrote notes on. One is something that I brought up at our ACT meeting last week, and I can just throw this out because it came out of my mouth there, and probably maybe, I don't know that it should or shouldn't have, but when you think about DMV and ODOT, DMV is one of those places where most people don't like to go, and there's a tremendous amount of, and not just during COVID or anything else, a tremendous amount of angst when people go to DMV, and it seems like it's a customer service nightmare most of the time. And I really feel like that ODOT needs to figure out whether or not DMV fits in their stable right anymore. I feel like it should be really explored whether it should be privatized, taken clear out of you guys's purview, just because it seems like one of those places that people have so much, you say you have to go to DMV, and man alive, it's almost like, do I go to the dentist or do I go to DMV? Which is better? Henry's opinion, not that of Columbia County or the Northwest Act. I also want to mention something that you touched on just early on, and that is the value of acts. There was conversation over the last couple of years as to whether or not it seemed as though almost that ODOT wanted to put the acts away and get them out of their hair, as it were. And I'm paraphrasing significantly, but I cannot emphasize enough how important our acts are to you, in my opinion. Now, whether you guys think that way or not, I don't know. I hope that you don't, but every single ACT chair around this room represents a group of probably 30 or 40 people that come to ACT meetings that truly bring in what we feel is the best information that we can give to ODOT to try to get that ground level perspective to you on a regular basis, and hopefully unbiased, certainly not unprejudiced, because we all want the money in the projects in our own ACT area, no doubt about it. I'll admit to that right up front, but we're there for all the right reasons, and we hope that you will always remember that. The one glaring thing for me that came out of your presentation that is missing, I feel like, is the words customer service. ODOT, all these things you talk about really are for the focus of serving customers. Each one of us, whether we're a pedestrian, a bicyclist, a trucker, someone who runs rail, short lines, or anything else, we're all customers. We're not only customers of ODOT, but we're customers of each other's. And I feel like when you're talking about, and we're all talking about reaching out for future funding sources that are sustainable and things like that, we need to start carrying that flag. We've become very good in the last couple of years at carrying the equity flag. We're putting that in everything. We lead with equity. I feel like ODOT needs to lead with customer service. We're in the business of customer service. We're not in the business of paving highways or replacing culverts or making sure railroad cars stay on tracks and stuff like that. We're in the business of customer service. And I feel like when you use those words, people realize, hey, I could be the recipient of these services. And I just think it's a win-win. So something for the commission to think about. I think we need to carry that flag a little harder. Thank you.
If I could just take a moment to, I think, underscore, especially this last piece you mentioned, Henry, because I completely agree. And I think, what I would say to that is we are in the business of paving roads, we are in the business of inspecting rail cars, but it's because we're serving customers at the end of the day, right? It's because we're providing that level of safety, that level of support. So I take the point, and thank you for sharing that.
So Cascade West wants to thank you and ODOT for the funding for transit, or we're still having issues getting bus drivers. But, that's a whole different thing that you guys can't manage for us. But we also we have concerns about some other things. We have a great demand for funding for bicycles and pedestrian projects, but there's not enough funding. So there's other things too that concern us. We're concerned about the prioritizing of improving systems over input from local communities. We're not feeling like we're being heard. We're watching, our staff is watching the OTC meetings, but we're not seeing our inputs being used. So if we're important to you, then we actually need to see where our input's going, how it's being used. What other things I have here? Because of a lack, or because we're not seeing how our information is being used, we have a lack of participation from all of our cities. It's causing problems in that we can't get quorums for our meetings because they're just not willing to spend the hour, 2 hours, whatever it's going to take to come to the meetings if nobody's going to use their information anyway. So we really need to see where that information is being used. And then the last thing is that we don't feel like we have any control over the funding. We've expressed the desire to receive a portion of the funding, either through allocations or competitive process. So we'd like it to come to us in a regional approach. And we'd like to know that we're going to get some, on your list there of futures, I didn't see a whole lot about, I'm from Toledo. I didn't see a lot of anything for the urban area or for the rural areas, little spots here and there. The Yakutta Bay Bridge is a big problem, and I don't see anything along the coast in the future on your little map with all the yellow spots. There wasn't anything right there, and the Yakutta Bay Bridge should have been there, in my opinion. So, and everybody on Cascade West has that opinion too, besides me. So thank you for what you do. Make sure we know where you're using our information.
Anyone else have comments, questions?
Will we have time later to address the DMV?
If you have some high level thoughts, do you want to talk about it now? And then
Otherwise, have it.
okay, sure. Let's go ahead and do that now. We'll also have time at the end, kind of an open session too, but we have a few minutes now.
I just wanted to address the fact that I was trying to get Lapine open. It serves about 30,000 people, Christmas Valley, etc. Okay, what do? I had the privilege of going to the DMV in Redmond 2 weeks before it was closed. I walk in the door, you cannot even read the number on the little tag. And I'm thinking like, who is in charge of the ink that prints the number? It's ridiculous. And then they closed that one. There are over 36,000 people that live in Redmond, Oregon, in the center of the state, and that DMV got closed, as did Hermiston, which is another important DMV office. It just seemed so wrong. I'm trying to think, did anybody on the other side of the mountains close, or was it just our side? Okay, yeah. Well, it wasn't, it just really was really poor planning. Somebody needed to be ahead of that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing.
So I'm gonna go with the one bright spot for DMV. I can do almost everything online, and I really appreciate that. I have not had to go into a DMV for a number of years, and I have my DMV account that I can look up all of my stuff. So I do appreciate the technology advances. That does not take away from the other comments that have been made today, but I do appreciate those.
Commissioner Brown and then
I want to thank you for your comments. I know that Travis would like to take my phone away because every time I go to the DMV, I start snapping pictures and sending them to him and to Amy Joyce saying, hey, this is not acceptable. When I know that one day I spent over 7 hours at the DMV and finally walked out. And for somebody who is working, it's not acceptable. So we know it. And I think that, we are going to take this on. It's on the radar screen. And I think that something does have to change. But I know in Medford, they closed the Ashland office. They closed a lot of the offices around in the Grants Pass area. Everybody's being funneled in Medford, and the waiting lines, the one morning when I got there, were probably close to 3/4 of a mile when you started figuring out, and it went around the entire parking lots. So I get it. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you. My name is Roy Rogers. I represent Region 1 Act, which is, I guess, the area you're talking about in the metropolitan area. So I'll identify myself that way. One of the most important issues, I think, the whole state of Oregon is tolling and how that's going to be applied and what that means to everyone. I firmly believe, and I can't speak for my entire act, but I firmly believe with one state, we all should have some equal distribution. We all should understand it. Some of us are from metropolitan areas, large populations. I happen to be in Washington County Commissioner, and we have some very large industries, so we have freight issues. But we also have resource lands in other parts of the state. So I think we need to keep that in mind. But with tolling congestion pricing, it's not a Portland issue. If you're coming from Eugene, as I'm talking to Peter Fazio, or if I talk to Benz, or I talk to anybody else, your citizens are going to be paying tolls to the Portland region. And those tolls are not necessarily for state highways. So they're going to be for diversion on lots of local roads. And so I think we need to hear the voices of all Oregonians, not simply those in the metropolitan area, who look at this as much like medieval times with putting a chain across the river and we're going to get this revenue from everybody. So I hope that you spend some time on this today. I think it's an important issue to everybody, no matter where you are in the state. If you're shipping products, if you're recreating, if you're going through Portland, you need to understand this issue. It's a big one.
Back to DMV. I agree that we obviously have work to do and working on it. I think the technology is going to be helpful. But I just wanted to give a bright spot in DMV because the last time I went there to get a real ID, I had an appointment. I waited maybe 10 minutes. I was in and out, and everybody was efficient and very friendly, and it worked great. So at least one good experience.
On behalf of RBAC, we want to thank you for having this session that we can share our thoughts. We have some specifics that we'll cover later in the program. But for today, I think the caution, having been in an area commission, I think Ken and I talked about, we've been around this from the beginning, is that we understand the challenges that are before us. We think that the acts are just extremely important for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is that the department's got a daunting task that has ramifications just that are manifold. We look at the homeless problem, we look at the housing crisis, we look at the freight issues. They're all front and center in addition to DMV. But the fact of the matter is, the challenge before the OTC is how do you manage all of these challenges along with these aspirational programs when you just don't have the revenue? And the path to revenue is going to take time. And there's going to have to be priorities set. And so we really appreciate that the OTC is here to listen. And I guess the admonition that I would offer is that there's going to need to be flexibility so that the opportunity for the area commissions and others to look for leveraging opportunities to make our money go as far as it can is critically important. And this isn't, them against us. We're all in this together and we need to work together. The other thing that I would mention with regard to your legislative goals, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here because everybody goes through this, that when you get well-intentioned policymakers that are elected to office, the challenge of understanding a comprehensive transportation system and its challenges is daunting. And so I hope that ODOT, along with all the area commissioners, will do their very best to reach out to their policymakers to try and educate them. And this is not a criticism of them. I mean, this is, I had one of our newest area commissioners say, this is like drinking out of a 4-inch fire hose. Yeah, good metaphor. But if we don't do that, then we're going to continue to have financing challenges going forward. So let's all roll up our sleeves and let's work together.
Yeah, if I could just, in response to that, Michael, I didn't take that as criticism. What I took that as was an offer of partnership and support, because I think that's what it's going to take, honestly. And I think we'll all get into this a little bit later when we talk about more sort of specific about the legislative session, at least for next session, but it's really next session and the following and the following and the following, right? Which is how you kind of build that groundswell of understanding to then actually solicit some action. So thank you for saying that. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Shirley Humble. I am the Lane Act, and my occupation is airport manager. So my big purview, how I got into the transportation system, is airports. I am the chair this year, and we've gone through a pilot study, which we thank you very much for including us and having us partake in that. And I have a whole list that we went through. I won't go through all that at this point, but I agree with Henry. Customer service. I know equity is the big word bomb right now. Everything is equity, but we won't have equity if we don't have customer service. And that is the one thing where we are seriously lacking. And it's not just ODOT, it's not just acts, it's everywhere. And the pandemic just really focused it. And I think we need to get back to our roots, get back to being nice, get back to having customer service. And then transparency is one of our hard points. And the fact that we feel that we're not being heard. You ask for our opinions. We take time out of our busy schedules. And the act is near and dear to all of us that are on the board. And we give you thoughtful, considerate, professional opinions, and yet it goes nowhere. So that comes back to the transparency piece. We'd like to see that you guys are actually hearing us, seeing it, and working with us together to get something accomplished. Thank you.
And so in my area, DMV hasn't been an issue on low populations and far distances. We've been treated okay. Thank you. I'm curious about your comment on EV stations about every 50 miles. Where we're 130 miles from Denton to Burns, Ontario, 200 to Winnebago. How how that's gonna work. So I'm looking forward to that. Maybe that's the reason the question that I can get answered in my regional vote, but that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
Great, thank you. So I am the EV person too, for the agency. So always excited to talk about electrification. And I do love that Lindsay said accelerate many times. I love good EV puns, so thank you. So yeah, we're building out a backbone system across the state, which will be north, south, east, west, including our rural areas. And I think that's really where we're going to get a lot of our charging is in our rural areas. So it is spaced every 50 miles, including in the rural areas of the state. I-82, I-84, some of those areas. So happy to show a map at some point and give a little bit more information, engage in a dialogue if you have some questions. Thank you. So I think we're at time. Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Call up Travis Broward next to talk a little bit about budget. So Debbie Downer himself. But I just want to say thank you for the comments thus far. I mean, that's why we're here. We're here to hear the tough comments that you have to say, because that's the value in doing meaningful engagement with folks, is hearing from you directly, hearing concerns, hearing opportunities. We do value the area commissions on transportation and the modal advisory committees. I think we've been trying to work on some process things, maybe not super effectively in terms of the feedback loop, because we've been hearing that for a while now, right? And people spend their valuable time, give us great input. How do we actually use that? What was done with it? If in absence of any communication, then it seems like nothing's done with it. So why bother? So I think we have a lot of work to do there. We recognize that we're taking some steps, but I'm not sure that's hitting the mark yet. So more to come on some of those things. Really appreciate the comments too about, and I'll just say the Oregon Transportation Plan is something we're working on. And what we talk about is people first in that plan. So we talk about customer service. That's kind of our take on people first. So instead of often as we talk about things, we talk about a bridge or a roadway or whatever, we need to talk about the people that use the system and how the system is used, because the people are what matter. It's not the infrastructure itself. That's just the means to an end. So we need to be focused on that objective. So appreciate all those great comments too. And I know that the roles of the committees have changed over time. I think some of that you'll see in Travis's presentation as he talks about budget changes. There was a point in time where our area commissions, for example, spent a lot of time with our discretionary funding and figured out how to allocate that where our priorities should be. That discretionary funding has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller over time, unfortunately. So we need to figure out new ways to engage you all in some of these tough discussions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Travis.
Great, thank you, Amanda. And I should say before we start going, if there are any questions or comments or thoughts you want to share with me about DMV, feel free to pull me aside. Separately, I have 23 divisions I oversee through the DMV administrator. So happy to give you a sense of what we're doing at DMV to try to make it more efficient and more effective at serving customers, and also some of the challenges. So happy to have a chat with you about that. Lindsay was able to give you sort of the exciting side of it, about all the cool, fun, interesting things we're doing. I'm going to leave you depressed probably, and I apologize in advance for that, but not too much. I've been giving these Debbie Downer presentations for a bit of time, so my apologies if you've already heard this. But there is not a lot of great news going forward, looking into the future for transportation funding in a lot of ways. So I'm going to talk about a few things today, including some of the challenges we see on the horizon with transportation funding, including our operational budget gap, shortfall, but as well the opportunity we have with shifting to road usage charging as a way to ensure sufficient, reliable funding. And then I really want to have that dialogue at the end. How can we work together to try to achieve sufficient, reliable funding? It's not something ODOT can do alone. It's not something our local partners can do on their own. It really is a partnership. We're all going to have to work together very, very closely. And so I want to have some time for that dialogue. Next slide. So as we talk about transportation funding challenges, as we're looking ahead to the next opportunity for a transportation funding package, I really laid out 6 things traditional. Luckily, I got to strike one off at the end. But there are really 5 things. I'm going to focus mainly on the first. So first, transportation funding is such that most of our revenue streams are eroded consistently and continuously by inflation, unlike a lot of the other tax increases. We'll talk a little bit about that. We also see the growing fuel efficiency is really hitting the gas tax hard and is going to be more erosive of that funding stream in the future. I'm also going to talk to you about how ODOT faces a pretty significant operations and maintenance funding shortfall over the next forever. And how that's going to hit us in the next several years, what impact it will have on the transportation system and our customers. And you all know too, that one of the challenges we have in Oregon is that there really are a lack of funding options for local governments. So in Oregon, our cities and counties in particular are more reliant on the state highway fund than in any other state in the country for the funding that they receive. And so we need to really be talking about additional options for local governments. And it's been alluded to already, but we know public active transportation funding is not anywhere near adequate or close to adequate for the needs that we have across all of the systems. So next slide. I'm going to focus on those first three areas and really talk about some of the challenges we're facing. I wanted to show you this slide of the State Highway Fund to show you where we're going in the future. So the blue line is the net State Highway Fund after taking a couple things off the top of functions, costs, and transfers. And what it shows you is that HB 2017 was a significant increase in funding over the last several years. You know, we're going to see how it's going to grow by about $500 million a year. What you don't see when you just look at that is the reality that that is not considering the growing costs that we're all seeing. When you actually factor in inflation, you see that HB 2017 funding was pretty much a small blip. It wasn't a $500 million actual real purchasing power improvement. It was a slight improvement. And right now we have hit the peak and we are now on the downward slide where we're going to probably see close to $150 million a year erosion of the state highways on purchasing power over the next several years in the absence of additional action by the legislature. So this is an example of why we need a continuous effort to provide sufficient reliable funding for transportation, because those revenue streams just continue to be eroded by both fuel efficiency and by inflation. Next slide. As we start talking about what the future transportation funding should look like, we talk about the potential of a next transportation revenue package, we need to be looking at not just our normal, usual suspects of funding, like the gas tax, registration fees, and weight mile taxes. We need to be really looking at new opportunities to fund the system. We're going to need to look at road usage charges as a way to replace the gas tax with a per mile charge so that everyone's paying their fair share and we can keep sufficient reliable revenue. We're going to need to shift medium duty vehicles toward a mileage tax, just as heavy trucks are already paying the weight mile tax. We're going to need to look at tolling and congestion pricing to pay for some of our major infrastructure improvements that otherwise we cannot afford, whether it's I-205 or perhaps even the equivalent of a bridge, which is going to cost a lot of money someday. We're going to need to look at things like carbon taxes and local and regional funding options, and also multimodal funding options as well. So we really need to be thinking outside of the normal box of where we are today. Next slide. What we see is that in Oregon, we have right now a pretty good three-legged stool of revenue that is relatively stable. We've got the fuel tax, weight mile tax, DMV fees all together give us what has traditionally been a very robust and stable funding stream. However, in that three-legged stool, that fuel tax leg is getting a little wobbly and it's going to be problematic. I don't know if you've ever tried to sit on a two-legged stool. Don't recommend it because you're probably not going to stand up. So we need to be looking at really diversifying this portfolio of revenue, moving away from just these primary funding sources, looking at adding road usage charging, looking at adding tolling as an opportunity to really make sure that our revenue stream is stable and growing into the future. Next slide. I'm going to start talking about road usage charging, and I'll explain first why we're really looking at road usage charging. Next slide. So when you look at our revenue streams, I showed you basically a version of this chart earlier, showing you the state highway fund. This shows you the motor fuels tax revenue from one of our recent forecasts. And it compares it to what would have happened had fuel efficiency not been increasing over the last several years, and if it didn't increase going forward. What you can see is we're already seeing a projected about $2.6 billion impact to the state highway fund due to increasing fuel efficiency. Now, that's a good thing on the one hand. We want vehicles to be getting more miles in the gallon. We want to reduce the amount we're going as a pay. We want to reduce carbon emissions, but it has pretty significant revenue implications. Next slide. What we're realizing is that forecast I just showed you probably may not be correct. in the sense that we've been assuming a fairly slow and steady adoption of electric vehicles. That orange line, I guess, at the base there. But what we're seeing is a lot of trends that are pushing electric vehicle adoption at a much more rapid rate. It really appears to be more of an exponential curve upward, just based on current adoption. But as you look at the build out of electric vehicle charging stations, you look at new federal incentives, as you look at the growing push to decarbonize the transportation system, the new California policy pushing for only new electric vehicles by 2035. All of those we believe could really increase the forecast for zero emission vehicles hitting the road. So we're looking at that green line as perhaps the new reality, the new scenario that we see. And if we see that rapid rate of adoption for electric vehicles, we're going to see the fuels tax decline even more markedly than what we're projecting today, which is sort of a slow but steady death spiral for the fuel tax. This would be a very rapid, more like instead of a slow decline, just a heart attack that basically takes it out in the near future. So based on that, the transportation world has really sort of reached a consensus across the states, at the national level, even the international level, that going forward, we can't rely on the fuel tax. We're going to decarbonize the transportation system, shift away from fossil fuels into the mode of power source for transportation. We can't continue to rely on fossil fuels as the primary funding source for transportation. We're going to need, as we make the system more sustainable, we're going to need to shift in order to make transportation funding sustainable in the long run. So that's why it's something we are focused on looking at road usage charging, at paying by the mile as a way to ensure that everybody's paying a fair share of the use of the system, and to make sure we have sustainable and reliable revenue in the long run in order to build, operate, and maintain that system and serve our customers effectively. So we have been leading the world and the nation in this effort really over the last couple of decades. We have worked through the Road User Fee Task Force, which has put forward legislation. We're going to be putting forward legislation as well this year. Back in 2015, we created the first operational road usage charge program in the nation, known as OregonDOT, where vehicles that get 20 miles per gallon or above can voluntarily participate, purely voluntary at this point. And volunteers pay 1.9 cents per mile, and they get credit for the gas tax they pay. So I have my Prius in the program, for example, and I pay gas tax at the pump, then it gets subtracted out. And one of the really good features is that means that anybody who's driving a vehicle that gets 40 mpg or above that is subject to a supplemental registration fee at the DMV doesn't have to pay that registration. So you actually get a discount on your registration fees that the legislature put in place to ensure that those efficient vehicles were paying their fair share. So we have choice among account managers, do not require GPS to address privacy concerns. So we have a pretty good program, and it's been the catalyst for other states like Virginia and Utah, both have followed us now, and they have road usage charge programs as well. But it is still very small scale. It's basically a test bed. We have a small number of participants. We believe it's time, now that we see these trends in EV adoption, to really scale this up. So we are proposing legislation for the next legislative session cycles that would really look at scaling this up over the next several years. So what this bill would do is mandate that any vehicle that gets 30 mpg or above would be required to pay a road usage charge to make sure that they're paying their fair share. This would start in 2027 with new vehicles that are model year 2028 and beyond. It would allow people who just don't want to participate to opt out by paying a flat annual fee. And it would provide people multiple options to report and pay, including manually. It would eliminate the tiered title fees that we currently have at DMV, which is one of the challenges we have in effectively collecting revenue and serving customers is getting those transactions right. And also, just as with our current program, route participants wouldn't have to pay those really high upfront registration fees for electric vehicles and hybrids, which in some cases are actually a barrier to buy an electric vehicle. You actually have to pay about an extra $550 up front in order to drive that vehicle off the lot. So we get rid of those in place of people paying by the mile. This would also direct ODOT in the development of a mileage tax for medium duty vehicles, as we believe those delivery trucks, the Amazon trucks, FedEx trucks, those are going to electrify in the near future as well. And we'd be required to study and report on implementation, equity, and climate. Next slide. as we talk to the public, and this is actually a picture of us, I think, with Auto Show, talking to the public about this program and what their concerns are, we consistently hear four things. One is about privacy and data security. We've been addressing that by including some strong privacy protections that are already in statute, allowing people a choice, not requiring GPS, and allowing people to opt out or pay manually rather than using technology. We'll also hear a bit about the impact of efficient vehicles. People want to make sure that we're moving toward an electrification system and not discouraging electric vehicles by charging them a new tax. But our analysis to show that we're going to reduce the upfront cost of buying an electric vehicle by about $550, which should actually make it easier for people to drive them off the lot, and then they can pay over time. We also hear a bit about low equity for low-income households who currently pay a lot of their household income in transportation costs. But when we delve down and looked at how much low-income households actually pay in transportation taxes and fees, it's actually pretty small. And in the Oregon RUT program for low-income households that is applied, would really not make it any worse today than we have with the gas tax. And in any case, the way we're talking about moving forward focused on higher efficiency vehicles, low-income families buy relatively few new vehicles, so they would not be subject to this for some fairly lengthy period of time. The last one that we hear a lot, particularly when I go to talk to the ACTs, is about fairness for rural and urban drivers. So next slide, please. So we've done a lot of analysis about what would this mean for rural drivers in particular. We hear rural drivers have to drive long distances, so they're going to be paying for the nose through a run. And what our analysis showed, when we looked at driving patterns all across the state and vehicle ownership patterns, rural drivers already paying a lot more than gas tax. You can see there, those light green colors. Rural drivers are paying over $200 a year, whereas urban drivers are paying average of under 150. So about a third to 40% more in rural areas today under the gas tax. That's because they drive longer distances in older, less fuel efficient cars in rural areas, whereas urban drivers driving a lot more highly efficient vehicles. So even if we were to shift all vehicles onto a route, it really would primarily impact urban drivers more. Rural drivers would probably pay relatively little more there. This is going to cause folks who are driving a highly efficient vehicle to pay a little bit more, but not for those who are driving less efficient. So in that sense, we don't see, as we look at the data and really delve into the driving patterns, that rural drivers would be disproportionately impacted. In fact, in a way, you'd be shifting more of the burden away from rural drivers by ensuring that urban drivers are paying more. So that is what we are looking at in terms of road usage charging as a solution for some of the challenges that we face in the long run for transportation funding. It won't solve all of our challenges. In fact, it's really designed to prevent funding from falling off a cliff as opposed to actually significantly increasing funding. But it would provide a much stronger foundation for the long run to allow us then to try to build on that foundation. Let me shift now. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to talk to you about our operations and maintenance funding. We have a pretty significant challenge ahead of us. We want to be very open and honest and transparent with all of you about what this is going to mean for our ability to serve our customers and the state effectively if some of these challenges are not addressed. So next slide, please. Any of you who had to read A Tale of Two Cities back in high school may remember the opening line. It's the best of times, it was the worst of times. So with apologies to Charles Dickens, I'm going to tell you a tale of two budgets. In one of these budgets, it is the best of times. And the other, it is truly the worst of times and getting worse. So on the transportation projects and program side, this is where it really is the best of times. This is dedicated federal and state funds that are made available by the legislature and Congress for construction projects in the STIP and our grant programs. And we're not exactly rolling in the dough on this side. I think we would all agree we want to do more investment in the transportation system. And yet we're doing okay because of the IIJA passed recently, because of the HB 2017. We're doing pretty good on this. It's on the maintenance and agency operations side that we have some real significant challenges. So this is basically almost exclusively the state highway fund dollars that come from the legislature that are available to run the agency because they haven't been directed by the legislature in the capital. So this covers road maintenance, the DMV, the Commerce Compliance Division that regulates and taxes heavy trucks, and our administrative services like IT, finance, HR. On this side, we have some very, very significant funding shortfalls. Next slide. So the challenge is that over the last couple of decades, we've gotten a lot of transportation funding packages, and almost every single dollar of that has gone into the construction side and to debt service to pay for construction projects. So as a result, our operations and maintenance revenues are basically flat, even as our costs continue to increase. And we basically hit that point where the money available for operations and maintenance is no longer sufficient to cover our costs. Next slide. So this is a graphic we just put together showing you how the flow of the state highway. The money that comes in on the left, the DMV, taxes on heavy trucks and fuel tax, then it's split off to pay debt service, collection costs and transfers, and then to cities and counties. ODOT gets a little over half the money comes into the state highway fund. And yet what you see is the majority of our money is directed by the legislature into debt service and capital programs. The money available for O&M is just no longer sufficient. Next slide, please. What you see is the money we have available for O&M really has not changed in 20 years. Back in 2001, 2003, 2 decades ago, we had $365 million available. Today, we have $373 million. And as you can imagine, our costs have increased a little bit during that time, or a lot. And yet the funding available hasn't, because while we get a lot more money, it's all going into that debt service and capital programs. For the point of the HB 2017 funding that came to Oregon, only 6% of the revenue came to ODOT is going into operations and maintenance. So most of it was directed by the legislature into construction projects. Next slide. So we have done a lot already to try to narrow this gap. So we started working on this about 2.5 years ago. Since then, we've cut $117 million, or about 6% from our maintenance operations budget in the upcoming biennium, where we're asking the legislature to approve our budget. We've shifted a lot of costs from that O&M side over to capital programs where we can. There's some federal money that can be used for some of the programs we traditionally funded out of our O&M dollars. And those steps have really helped us to narrow the gap by about $500 million over the next several years. And that's been really important and pushed out the date at which we're going to face threatening by 2 years, but it didn't solve the problem because it really is a long-term structural budget. Next slide, please. So after taking all those steps, this is what we're left. You can see our state highway fund revenue has been declining and then will be flat as an agency, while our costs, like just about anybody else's, are going to continue to climb over the next several years. Next slide. That would put us in the untenable position of running out of money in 2026, and by 2029, we would have a $700 million net deficit. We actually can't have a $700 million net deficit. I think I would be fired, probably everybody else would be fired for letting that happen. It can't happen. So we're going to have to find some way to work to bend those revenue and expenditure curves so that they actually come back into alignment. Excellent. We're going to be pulling on a lot of levers. This is going to be all of the above strategies. So we're going to be shifting O&M costs and dedicating federal and state resources wherever we can. We are already in the process, having already cut 6% from our budget next biennium. We're developing an additional 10% cut that we're going to put forward as a potential reduction, both to show the impact of those cuts and be ready should the legislature not be able to find additional solutions. We're looking at further reductions of funding. I may cover that in a minute. We're exploring new revenue sources, as Lindsay mentioned, with DMV fees, as I talked about, with use charging, and we're going to request help from the legislature as well in the next legislative session. Next slide. As we've been working through what would it take to bring the budget in balance, we're looking at a 10% budget reduction stacked on top of the 6% reduction we've already put in place. As you can imagine, taking $6 out of ODOT's budget would have pretty substantial consequences. And we really looked at what would this mean for our stewardship of the transportation system, for our service to our customers, and to our capabilities as an organization. And it ain't pretty. We would have to do things like reduce the low volume road program, which funds many of our paving projects on low volume roads, which is everything from some of our rural district highways, but also US 26 between Prineville and the Idaho border. So running through John Day is one of those roads. That is maintenance paving that's done by our maintenance forces, and we just do not have the money to continue that program. We would also be looking at fewer maintenance workers and lower levels of maintenance service. So fewer people out on the road, plowing snow, patching potholes, picking up dead deer. We would have to lower those levels of service. And frankly, I know most Oregonians probably like us to have higher levels of service even where we are today. We would be looking at the potential permanently closing DMV field offices and reducing the DMV field workforce by about 25%. Which would have massive impacts on customer service. And yet it may be, inevitable in these circumstances. And of course, we would have reduced agency capabilities, our ability to contract, whether that's ODOT projects or local government projects that we procure, our ability to process grants, all of those things would be degraded by budget reductions that we list large. Excellent. So as Lindsay noted, we're engaging the legislature. We're working on increasing DMV fees to cover the cost of service. Which most of our driver fees now, we lose money every time someone walks in. We don't make it up on volume, unfortunately. We're looking at implementing road usage charging, the legislation is proposing. We're talking about potentially increasing the amount of HB 2017 funding that goes to O&M rather than to the construction programs. And we also need to have a frank conversation about raising additional revenue for operations and maintenance rather than just shifting it from one side to another. I'm going to talk for just a minute about one of the implications this is going to have for local governments, because again, we want to be open and transparent about the implications of all this. So next slide, please. Many of you are aware of the Fund Exchange Program. It's a program in which we exchange, give to every local government or cities over 5,000 outside of an MPO, counties and small MPOs, to be more precise, an allocation of federal surface transportation block grant dollars. And then we've traditionally allowed local governments to exchange that for 90 cents on the dollar. As you can tell from the funding situation we're in right now, we don't really have any more money than O&M dollars we're putting out the door today to be able to exchange. So we're looking at trying to find some ways to scrunch that down. Next slide, please. Now, I will tell you that the Fund Exchange Program is a fairly small component of the state highway fund dollars go to local governments, about 5% out of about $640 million a year. But it's still an important component for a lot of agencies out there. Next slide, please. We love Fund Exchange. It's good for us because it gets us out of the middle of doing federal and highway projects. And it's really good for local governments, obviously, as well. We have the flexibility to use the money for O&M and not have those federal strings attached. But it's just not sustainable at current levels, particularly because the IIJA increased funding, federal funding on which this is based. So our Fund Exchange would go up by about 25%, and that would be an additional $30 million hit to our O&M funding beyond those slides that you already saw. So we want to find some ways to preserve Fund Exchange for as many projects and as many local governments as possible, while significantly reducing the amount of exchange. And we've been working with local governments to try to find what's the least objectionable option to move forward with this. So we've been having this conversation. We stood up a Fund Exchange working group. I don't think anyone around the table was on that group. We had representatives of counties and cities and MPOs that worked with us through this. So next slide, please. What we came forward with as ODOT's proposal is continuing to set aside at least for now $20 million a year in Fund Exchange. That would reduce it by about 16 million, or by about 16 million, or about 2.5% of what local governments get today in total state highway fund dollars. We would still give everyone the same allocation of federal dollars. The question is how much and what color of money could you exchange? Everybody would be able to get $250,000 approximately in state dollars under this proposal. And any amount over that could come in the form of state bridge dollars under HB 2017 or federal dollars. So under this, about half of all the recipients would be able to keep all of their money as state dollars and would not have to deal with all those federal strings. So we think this is a way to try to protect the little guys and gals out there and make sure that everybody is at least able to exchange some of the money and be able to continue the benefits of that vote. I've been out talking to a couple of the acts in front of Mr. Highmore's group last week and RV Act and a couple others as well in recent years. So we'd be happy to kind of explain this. Some folks have some questions or misconceptions about what this means. We do recognize this would be an impact to local governments, we're doing everything we can to minimize it, and are really looking for some solutions that won't impact local governments. So with that, next slide, please. I will wrap up and really want to have any conversation about how we can continue to work together to ensure sufficient reliable funding for Oregon's transportation system, and also have to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Travis? So sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier. Nikki Messenger, I'm the chair for the Southwest Act. And my day job is city manager for City of Harrisburg. How can we help? Right? We've got ideas. We've heard a lot about input and not feeling like it's heard. So how can we help?
Yeah, well, as for that question about input, it would be really interesting to hear any specific situations in which you feel like input has gone unheeded. Because we are, I think, as a manager, trying to make sure that that feedback loop is working better. I will give you an example of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, where we got in, an additional $1.5 billion for the next 2 steps, and went out and talked to literally hundreds of Oregonians. I think we hit most of the acts once or twice, some of them even 3 times. Got a ton of feedback, and then synthesized that all into the primary focus of comments and shared that with the OTC. I will tell you, all the comments pointed in every direction, and we never heard a coherent or cohesive or single point. I think that most of the acts didn't provide comments. Oftentimes would say, well, here are 8 priorities, or here are 6 priorities. And so we were able to provide that to the OTC, and then we shared with back to stakeholders how we use that feedback. But I'd be really curious to hear if some of that didn't connect, there's ways we can do that better. Would be one. And to your question about how we can help, and this is going to be something we're all going to need to engage and pull together as we talk with the legislature and other stakeholders about funding. We have seen that in Oregon, we've been very successful with a number of transportation funding packages over the years when stakeholders and ODOT, and AOC and LOC and system users and legislators and the governor and everyone can come together as a group and try to move forward a package toward a consensus. And so that is going to be important for us all to be working with those angles and coming together to try to advance sustainable transportation planning solutions.
So I can just give a couple of experiences. I could give you a long list of the last year and the number of meetings I participated in and what I felt like was useful and what wasn't, but there's not enough time on the meeting agenda. I attended some of the statewide IIJ meetings and felt pushed out by dozens of people that were showing up to advocate for projects when that wasn't the intent of the meeting. And I know that's very hard for you all to handle, how you do that with public input, but it dominated the public input. It wasn't about concepts. It wasn't about, it was, here's my project and here's 12 other people behind me to advocate for this same project. So I don't know how you deal with that, but that was an experience that didn't get me to keep coming back to those meetings.
Yeah, thanks, Travis. Good presentation. We heard it at the RV Act, so picked up a few other points. But what I'd like to point out is that I'm going to quote the commission chair, Van Brockman. A number of us around this table were on the OTP rewrite committee, and he has acknowledged or admonished us repeatedly. ODOT has needs, ODOT has aspirations. What ODOT doesn't have is funding. So we're going to have to prioritize. Now, you asked for specific examples, and what I see frequently is that we have presentations like this and we show great graphs and great numbers, but what it lacks is specific examples of consequences for the following. So I'm going to give you one specifically with regard to fund exchange. So in our area, the city of Ashland applied for CMAQ, these are federal funds, congestion mitigation air quality funds, to pave some dirt roads. Great for PM10, great for, did everything that you wanted it to do. What they didn't do, they didn't realize that they had to federalize the project, which means they have to spend money and scarce resources. So the bottom line was that out of the 22 projects that they had a bid for, actually, or an on the ground bid, they could get that done for the money they had. Once that they had to subtract the cost of federalizing the project, it reduced it to 8. And so, but for the fund exchange through ODOT, it's just a total waste of money. Now, I understand the intent of having federalized projects, and when you have big ones like ODOT has, it's the same project as it is for the city of Ashland for their dirt roads. So I just want to point out the importance when you're talking about prioritizing, funding, that fund exchange program is extremely important. Second point, just to, again, emphasize the need for these O&M funds. And you think about examples of what happens. So the example that we had forcefully put in front of us a few years ago was a failure of a culvert. You think of culverts, you don't think about them until you see them on the ground. But when they fail, they wash out a roadway. Okay, well, then that's fine. If it's just, a little one-laner going to Aunt Susie's house, no big deal, except for Aunt Susie. But if you have it washed out on a district level highway, if you have it washed out on, God forbid, a regional interstate, well, there are consequences. And it's not just the traffic backup. It's the supply chain issues. It's the cost of rehabilitation. And then my last comment, the one item that you put up there about having district level pavement degrade. And we learned this many, many years ago in a presentation. It was probably before your time. But once pavement condition reaches 60% or less, the cost of rehabilitation goes up by a factor of 4 at best. And depending on what kind of roadway, it could be up to 20 times. We just can't afford to ignore the maintenance in our system. And this is, I don't know how many of these I've been at, but the straw polls, the last ones, when I went around to the area commissioners, given the circumstances that existed, did they prioritize maintaining what they had? And the answer has always been yes. And so that isn't to degrade transit, bicycle, alternative projects at all. They're all worthy. But when we have to make priorities, we really have to look at the system. Anyway, thanks for your presentation.
Those are great examples, Mike, of the need to invest in operations and maintenance. We consistently see when we do our public opinion research surveys, maintenance of the system is far and away the highest priority for Oregon.
Our culvert washed out on I-5.
There we go.
Money is an issue for me. I'm a small business owner. I own a bike shop, and I have experienced the bicycle tax. So for every new bicycle, vehicle tax. When you're looking for monies, what I'm hoping that you're looking at is projections. So bicycle tax, it goes after a brick and mortar store. There aren't very many brick and mortar stores. There are tons and tons of online people selling bikes that are not paying the tax. So one, are you going after somebody whose business is solid? Like, is this revenue source, is it going to be around for long enough? Are they themselves fighting for survival? And then second, is it enforceable? Like, you're going to say, oh, those people over there, they've got a little bit of money, we're going to go ahead and skim a little off that. But what if they say no? What happens then? Is it a revenue source that you're actually going to be able to follow through and make sure that it is happening? Or are you just going to throw a lot of money at setting it up?
For those of you who aren't aware, it's a $15 per bicycle that costs over $200 that was created in HB 2017 by the legislature. And in many ways, it was a gesture to ensure, as the legislature said, that everybody is paying for the system. But the way they set that tax up, it's incredibly difficult to collect and enforce. It's actually one that the Department of Revenue, I believe, collects. And I would guess that the level of compliance in terms of the total number of bicycles sold in Oregon, probably fairly low, because as you know, so many of them are being bought online. I would guess Walmart's probably not paying a whole heck of a lot of that tax when someone buys a bike online. So I think we always have to be considerate of how we're charging taxes in a way that doesn't have unintended consequences for either users or businesses or the transportation system as a whole.
Travis, last question, I'm gonna ask it. Because I have a microphone, sorry. So how do we keep up with inflation when we structure our revenue sources?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, I was just reading a national report on transportation funding, because that's what I do in my spare time. And it showed that more and more states are indexing their transportation fees and taxes to inflation. It's not a majority yet, but I think there's a dozen to 20 to do that. And Georgia even has now doubled indexed the gas tax to inflation and fuel efficiency. So I think we need to seriously consider having that conversation. We bring up inflation in a lot of our legislative discussions because to date it's been more impactful than fuel efficiency. And we need to remind folks that almost every other tax, whether it's a payroll tax, an income tax, property tax, and sales tax, those naturally rise as prices and wages and property values increase. The way that the gas tax and DMV fees and wind mile taxes do not. All of those are eroded by inflation. So I don't know that that has really connected for most people to realize that, because the gas tax is not exactly the tax. And having that conversation could be challenging. And yet we need to keep doing that.
Great, thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
Come back and talk about legislative priorities, so 11:15. Thank you. Thank you. Took a little bit longer on the break. I know I was jibber jabbering, so that's part of the opportunity we have these kind of meetings as well, is to get to talk to our colleagues and folks we haven't seen for a while. So hopefully y'all get a chance to do that as well. So we'll get back to the regular scheduled program, which features Ms. Lindsay Baker again, to talk about legislative priorities. So Lindsay.
Thank you. I will introduce myself again. John's heard from me, but I'll apologize for having to again. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time this morning, for the next like half hour, talking about 2023 legislative session. We kind of hit a little bit of some of these kind of bigger themes I kind of mentioned. We'll talk about this more. So I'm going to a little bit talk about sort of just the dynamics that we're walking into during the session. And I think most importantly, the composition of the legislature, which has changed a ton, and the composition of the state leadership, which has also changed. And then, again, like before, please stop me along the way with your questions. And I'm really hopeful that what we can do at the end, sort of a little bit to Mike's comments, or brainstorm, right? How do we work together? How do we, I think, tee up these conversations around funding, around that sufficient, reliable funding, what sort of how do we grow the collective pie? Using 2023 session as maybe a starting point, but recognizing that is probably unlikely to be the end. So with that, can we go to the next slide? So there are seismic shifts ahead. I think this will not come as a surprise to any of you all. And I used this slide back in May, is the last time, maybe May or June was the last time I presented this deck. And now we have a little bit more clarity on exactly what those seismic shifts look like. I think what we don't have a lot of clarity on is what's the impact and what's the consequence of. So next slide. So this is probably many of you are familiar with this. This is what sort of we use as the snapshot of the legislative assembly. So I think AOC puts this little thing together every 2 years. Thank you, AOC. And LOC, I believe, puts every 2 years. It gives you just here's all 90 members, right? So importantly, this is what it looks like during the last long session. It did change a little bit in the short session, but you kind of, those are 45 days, 30 sessions. So it's hard to kind of balance that and use that as a taper. Next slide. So during the 2021 session, here was the leadership, and recognizing that leadership means different things in different spaces. When I talk about leadership, I mean leadership of the state, leadership of legislature, and leadership of transportation, policymakers. Generally speaking, by and large, we and our kind of program area, the bills that we're engaging in, our ways and means budget conversations, et cetera, are relatively focused and isolated to the Joint Committee on Transportation. Certainly, we have lots of conversations with other members of the legislature, other committees, but generally speaking, I would say we spend probably 80% of our time as an agency in the Joint Committee on Transportation. So you can see here, we had Governor Kate Brown, we had Tina Kotek was the Speaker of the House in the 2021 session. Peter Courtney was the Senate President during the 2021 session. Barbara Smith Warner was the House Democratic Caucus Leader. Christine Drazen was the House Republican Caucus Leader. Rob Wagner was the Senate Democratic Caucus Leader, and then Fred Gerard was the Senate Republican Caucus Leader. Dropping down, you had Senator Elizabeth Senator Hayward, Senator Betsy Johnson, and Representative Dan Rayfield as the tri-chairs of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, the Budget Writing Committee. And then dropping down again, Senator Brian Boquist, Senator Lee Byer, Representative Susan McLean, and then Representative Ron Noble, who were the co-chairs and vice chairs of the Joint Committee on Transportation. Of those folks, a lot of them will not be actually in the body at all next session. And some of them are not going to, or many of them are going to have completely turned over in terms of their commission, and those will become brand new positions. So next slide. Here's what it might look like in the 2023 session. So we know now we've got a governor-elect Tina Kotek. Her transition team is up and running right now and is really looking at what her priorities look like coming into the next legislative session. We have a new Speaker of the House, Dan Rayfield. He actually was Speaker during the 2022 short session, but this will be his first long session walking into it. He will have a pretty significant change in his own caucus and his own House membership. And it will be the first time that he will be putting a budget together as a Speaker of the House, right? Again, walking into that long session. We have new House Democratic Caucus Leader, new House Republican Caucus Leader. It's unclear who the next Senate President is likely to be. And potentially, depending on who the next Senate President is, it also might mean the Senate Democratic Caucus Leader will be a new individual as well. We've gotten two new co-chairs of the Ways and Means Committee. And then importantly, Senator Lee Byer, who has been I would say, a relatively stabilizing force, is perhaps a good way to characterize that, who has been at the helm of the Joint Committee on Transportation since prior to passage of House Bill 2017, chose not to run for re-election, actually was recently appointed and confirmed to OTC, but will not be in the legislature next session. Susan McLean will still be there, but it's unclear who the new co-chairs and who the new vice chair is. So thank you for bearing with me as I rattle through all of that. Importantly, all of this is probably 70% turnover in big leadership positions, big positions as it relates to the transportation program and policy area, sort of book of business, and big positions as it relates to budget writing. So next slide. So again, we're going to have new governor, presiding officer, new caucus leader, new ways and means. Importantly, after the election last Tuesday, we also have shifts in the sort of composition of the House and the Senate. So going from 37 Democrats in the House to 35, and going from 18 Democrats in the Senate to 16, potentially 17. There's still one race that has not been called. So what this means, practically speaking, is Democrats will have a majority. They don't have a supermajority. That matters a lot for when we're talking about revenue raising measures, tax votes, that sort of thing. And it also, I think, really will, we will be figuring out what those new dynamics are, right? How those offices work together, how those new leaders work together, what their independent priorities are, and then how agencies, how stakeholders, how local governments really sort of moderate themselves or sort of approach those conversations, because those dynamics are changing, right? The deck chairs are moving. So again, I think we knew this even, I think back to at the end of the 2021 session when we knew there was going to be a lot of shifts ahead. We knew the positions were going to change over, but importantly, we don't know what the impacts of those are going to be quite yet. Likely, we won't know this for a while, right? I can envision a scenario where it takes a new governor, it takes new legislative leadership, new members to sort of figure out what their priorities are and sort of get into the ease of session before it's clear kind of how those dynamics are all going to work. Next slide. So what does this mean for us? Like I mentioned, we've got new faces, new voices, new ideas. We have a lot of members, and sort of separate and distinctly from the leadership positions I mentioned, we have a lot of new members just coming into the legislature. I think roughly every cycle, every 2-year cycle, we've got Oregon House of Representatives, 60 people, usually change over, I don't know, 15 to 20% or so. This time we had about 35% turnover. That's also significant. So what that means, people who are coming in new, a lot of people who have been around, but only around in a virtual session. So that also makes a huge difference, as we all know how you kind of get work done in the Capitol building, how you have those kind of stakeholder conversations, working with legislators, working with partners is very different virtually than it is in real life in person. The legislature has been operating in a completely virtual environment for 2.5 years now. And the 2023 session, we will be back in person. So for a lot of members who have maybe never, ever have served an entire freshman term without really stepping foot in the Capitol or being in that kind of environment, that's going to be a shift as well. And so it's those types of things that, again, don't independently, would not probably independently make a huge difference, but on balance, that's huge, right? And this is what I mean when I say they're sort of side sections. So I think the question is really, what are those shared priorities? As we talked a little bit about, and I'll go into this more detail in a second, we have some big conversations and some big asks, I think, ahead of us, and I think primarily focusing on that funding piece, right? How do we ensure sufficient reliable funding, certainly for ODOT, but for local governments and really the transportation system as a whole that supports people and supports communities and supports the economy of our state, right? Those are all really paradigm shift conversations that take a long time to start up. And then as we recognize that the foundational and sort of systemic structure of funding in Oregon is really complicated, how do you educate, re-educate every single member potentially, or a lot of members in a really small window of time if you've got really big asks ahead. So next slide. So again, here are some things what I expect, and we're recognizing this is Lindsay looking into her crystal ball, so all of this will be either confirmed or corrected come session, right? So we'll be looking at what are the priorities for our new governor. I think having a governor transition is is a really big deal, for lack of a better term. And as an executive branch agency, our priorities come from whatever Governor-elect will want to do, as well as from the OTs. And so I think getting a sense of where does she want to spend her time? What did she perhaps run on? What did she talk a lot about when she was on the campaign trail? And recognizing also that in a somewhat of a way, as soon as she starts stepping into office, she's going to be running for re-election again, right? And so how are we taking that as inputs? How are we making sure that we're putting our book of business and our priorities in front and center? And again, trying to find those opportunities for alignment and for shared priorities so that we can make sure our governor feels supported by us and making sure that we are supporting our governor as well. So looking at what her priorities will be, certainly dropping down our strategic action plan will also dictate a lot of the work that we're doing and a lot of what we're bringing into legislative session, and maybe less in a promotional or advocacy way, but certainly in a how we approach the session, right? What are the types of values that we're bringing as we're entering any of these conversations? How are we evaluating what programs we would newly get or what modifications members would like to see to existing programs, et cetera, and how are we looking at that through the lens of our strategic action plan and how every single thing that we're doing is advocating and promoting those priorities and those outcomes. Certainly delivering on House Bill 2017, right? We're 5 years into the package, recognizing that this is also the time typically in the sort of cycle of things when conversations start to become started around the next transportation package. So we've seen historically, right, this kind of cycle of you get a transportation package, deliver on it. When it comes to its sort of natural end of life, right, all of those tax increases are phased up or are fully implemented is when you start to raise those conversations about what does the next one look like. This is probably around that time, if we're being honest. And so how does that then sort of weave into the structural revenue imbalance conversation that we're having, and then this maintenance and operations conversation as well. So again, every single one of these, and I'll just throw out Interstate 5 bridge replacement as another sort of big priority for us next session. Every one of these independently are really heavy and really big lists, are really significant efforts. And so how do we prioritize collectively? How do we recognize, I think, that the likelihood of sort of ticking off every one of these boxes and getting every single one of these things next session is probably relatively low. But instead, we use 2023 as a session to start building that foundational understanding, building that level of awareness, talking about consequences and impacts and absence of legislative action, and really start to build the momentum so that come 2024, or potentially more likely 2025, we're able to get to a space where the legislature understands the sort of lay of the land, understands why it's problematic, and understands and appreciates their role and their need to take some action to help us sort of correct or redirect that. Next slide. So here are a few bills that we're going to be working on next session, and recognizing that this will be the list of what we are bringing forward, asterisk, contingent upon Governor-elect's approval of us submitting these forward, right? But this will not in any way be exhaustive of the sort of conversations that we'll be having next session. So again, we will be bringing forward a measure that is the construction funding proposal for the I-5 bridge replacement program, the bridge connecting Oregon to Washington over the Columbia River. We will be bringing forward a bill around a small business development program. So recognizing that ODOT has a significant contracting volume, we partner a lot with private, highway construction contractors to deliver our work, and how are we ensuring that all construction firms are actually benefiting equitably from the work that we're putting out. So this really tries to have a narrow and I would say targeted pool of projects that we can really help to make sure that DBE, COVID, so minority owned by public firms are able to get the benefit and really able to compete for those contracts that we're putting out. We will be bringing forward a bill around a full road use charging program implementation. So Travis's presentation earlier about a road use charge program, which is taking that next step to having it become a more mandatory program. We will be introducing a bill that makes that the case, right? So the starting in 2027, new vehicles, highly efficient vehicles will come into the program, having lots of reporting back, lots of oversight in that implementation and rollout of a program, but really taking that next step to codify and put in statute that we are making this program permanent and mandatory. Have a bill around commercial driving regulations, sort of a little bit of a housekeeping measure, but really moving CDL oversight and policy into rule, recognizing that it's all governed at the federal level, and just kind of cleaning up some statutes there. I will also call out the DMVC bill that we're bringing forward next session that will really increase some DMV fees so that we can recover the cost of actually providing service, so that we can continue to stabilize our DMVs across the state and make sure that we're providing that level of service, customer service to everyone equally across the state. And then finally, we will have a technical corrections and housekeeping measure. This is incredibly boring, but will be, again, just a lot of the kind of fixing errors. Importantly, I will call out that there are some changes to the Safe Routes to School program embedded in this measure, really expanding the eligibility of that program, making sure that high schools are able to compete for it as well as elementary and middle, and increasing the radius. I think it's 1.5 miles to 2 miles, that we can really continue to build out the program that connects kids and students to walking and biking opportunities here. So with that, that's the end of the presentation. I would love to get any questions, kind of either high level, very specific on bills, on measures, or really talk about any other legislative session questions that folks might have. Thank you.
So it seems like the road user full implementation is the only thing that really, how are we addressing the O&M shortfall? It doesn't feel like there's enough being proposed for what we know we're facing. So that's the only thing I see in there that addresses that. So what's the strategy?
Sure. So I will say a couple things. One, that's part of it. The DMVs are also part of it, right? To make sure that DMV, which gets some of that state highway fund for their operations, able to be self-sufficient, for lack of a better term, right? DMVs pay for DMV. The other piece I will say is we have been having a conversation with legislative leadership around bringing forward proposals to close that O&M deficit. So things like Travis mentioned, the indexing, changing the percentage split in the House Bill 2017, right? 6% for maintenance right now, tossing around ideas like increasing the gas tax, by 1 cent perhaps. Those types of conversations are ongoing right now. I will say, due to the fact that they're just going back to the top of the presentation, due to the fact that it was so unclear who was going to be in office, where people's priorities are going to be, whether there was an appetite from the legislature to engage in any conversations. We did not bring forward a bill that would expressly raise, remedy any of those issues. We've been working, like I said, really closely with the Joint Committee on Transportation in particular, and we'll expect that they will have a vehicle available if we get to that kind of general hopeful consensus around what specific statutory changes could look like. But I think what we're doing right now is trying to build that foundation, especially now that we know we have a better system to talk to. If that makes sense.
We're just running out of time.
Thank you. I understand what an incredibly difficult job ODOT has. Right? I understand that you have 90 people in the legislature who all think you're your boss. You got somebody called Strickler who thinks he's your boss, but he speaks to the governor, and she thinks you're your boss. And then there's all of us, we think you're your boss. Yeah. Sort of like saying, who really is in charge here? And then you got the OTC, I'll mention them too. You're not elected, but they're appointed by the governor, and they're in that mix as well. So let me start my comments with that. I had a great conversation with Matt Garrett probably 5-6 years ago. Chair, ODOT, supervisor director. Yeah, there you go. I want to share with you, and I hope that you'll just put it in the back of your mind. And it probably is going to be not maybe all that great for some people here, but it needs to be heard. I said, Matt, you need to define your system. And he said, well, that's pretty simple, Roy. It's what we own. I said, should you own it? There's a lot of roads, frankly, even in my county, that you shouldn't own. We should. So you need to have a serious discussion. We did that in Washington County a few years ago. So we're not going to maintain everything. We're going to maintain that which we really, really understand is our, it's on my colleague here to my left. If I go to Bend, I don't think it's her road. I think it's mine. We ought to maintain those just as much as we maintain anything else in the state. But I don't want to maintain those small roads that have no significance to me. I want the arterial to collect for big stuff. So Matt, and he said this is not possible with the legislature, they're too parochial. But to find a doggone system and say, that's where we're going to allocate our money, instead of saying, we just need more money, we just need more money. So that's number one. Number two is you put in congestion pricing and tolling. And I certainly hope you have some conversation here, because I don't think people really understand the implications. That's a statewide program, that's just not metropolitan. But you're sharing revenues at the local level. Frankly, you shouldn't share it with us. Why should you? And I understand the diversion, I understand a lot of other things through this thing at the same time. But if it's statewide money, somebody from Salem, or we're talking Peter Fazio's, Eugene area, they're coming through here. If we're transporting goods to Seattle, why would you share it with our locals here? What you ought to be sharing is on that system, on the document system. So that's a second thing that you need to do. The third thing you need to do is look at the orphan highway. Frankly, we need to step up as a locals, and a lot of people don't like that. But there's a lot of roads out there that shouldn't be in your system, if you call it your system. So I don't know how you go to a legislature that frankly, any one of us who represent a county, representing populations far bigger in one of us, and tell these new folks who are well-meaning, they're thoughtful people, something, some of us have been dealing, in my case, 45 years with. You can't educate them overnight on doing that. You're going to have to take that role on. But we really need to start saying, let's have some thoughtful discussion, holistic discussion. But if you're going to go in piecemeal with sound bites, I'm not picking my names, my center way. But with sound bites, we don't have enough money. We need some kind of electrical vehicle charging system. When I go to our friends in Pendleton and Hermiston, where are they going to charge up? I mean, come on, you got to range of 150 miles. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So we've got to think of how, if we're one state, if we're truly that, if we're not, we let those 15 counties go to Idaho and then figure it out. And the rest of it. But if we're one state and we want to be one state, and I believe I'm born and raised Oregonians, then we need to have a holistic look at everything. And we need to sit there and say, what does it mean? Not everybody can spend 60 to 150,000 for EV. We love it, but we can't afford that. We can't afford a vehicle that without federal and state income tax credits is not even obtainable. It's 7 to 8 times the carbon to produce the doggone battery than all the gas will burn in its lifetime. And we've got to have a 15-year life on it just to get our investment out. I mean, no wonder we're going to have problems. What are you going to do in every other state? That's not going to work for us, and they're still prevalent to our area. So I'm just rambling, but I do think that we need to have a thoughtful discussion. And I think that holistic discussion, I think the state of Oregon needs to decide, are we a state or not? And those in the valley or on the coast or in the east, I love their highways just as my own, and I think they are mine, just as mine are theirs. And so we need to look just on investments in a particular area, but across the state. But let's define the doggone system. And we keep talking about it, but I don't know where it is. And I don't want to you call them state highway, but they're neighborhood streets to me. The big ones that I'm willing to pay for. There's just some thoughts that I know won't go anywhere. But until we have that kind of discussion, we're all going to be just saying, I want you to pay. You don't have the money. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts on that. That was a lot to unpack, so thank you for sharing. I think it's in many ways that's what we're trying to do, right? Is have a holistic conversation and recognize that and to use a little bit of this sort of tortured metaphor, by a rising tide lifts all boats, that's what we're trying to do. By growing the pie, by having a larger pool of revenue and funding, sort of hard stop, full stop, we're able to invest in state highways. We're able to invest in state highways that are main streets. We're able to invest in county roads and city roads and put funding towards jurisdictional transfers so we can have the right ownership, the right sort of level. And so I think it's all of the above approach. I think what we have seen so far, and I will think back to House Bill 2017, which was, it was a concerted effort starting a year and a half before the House Bill 2017 transportation package was actually passed. That was exactly what you're doing. To some degree, exactly what you're describing, which is you get thought leaders around the table, you get people who have a vested interest in both the local impacts and consequences of the problem and in a statewide solution as well, because those two things can't be divorced from one another, is sort of what a little bit what I'm taking from your comments. And I think that is incumbent upon certainly ODOT and certainly the commission and certainly the governor and certainly every person around the table to actually have that conversation. And I think in many ways, it has been, I don't know, bifurcated or sort of diffused over time, but I think over the past few years, we've lost a little bit of that. And I am hopeful that, you know, today is a little bit of a starting of that conversation. A lot of what we've been doing over the past few months to kind of, to try, you know, all the stuff that Travis has been working on is helping to prepare us to have that conversation so that we can go to the legislature, we know who we're talking to, and really present this sort of case, which is, we have a problem. Here's some ideas on a solution. What do you think, right? I do believe that in many ways, if I'm looking at the number of people who are coming into the Oregon legislature, their backgrounds, sort of how and why perhaps they got into office, I do think that the tendency, and you know, in some ways this is a reasonable and in some ways right instinct, is to say I'm defending and I'm protecting and I'm sort of bringing back for my district. And that's what I'm doing. And I think we can all appreciate, especially when you're talking about legislators who are running for office for 2 years, they'll appreciate that that's where people come from and that might be their starting point. And I think it's incumbent upon certainly us, and you know, to some degree, I can take this as a personal challenge, to try to get people to think at that higher level and sort of engage in that kind of bigger strategic, to use your term, holistic solution conversation, because I don't know that we've been, I think, doing that for the past. Certainly.
I apologize for taking too much time, but in the recent elections, congressional candidates in my particular area, plus statewide candidates, did polling in regards to tolling. Kind of like, you know what it was? 80% of the public was against tolling. 80%. Your entire model is built on tolling. That's the only way we see it coming out. So if you, in your thoughtfulness of getting people together to talk, if you lose that entire revenue, what's your next? Anyone in here, a lot of these folks are all in business now. You look at alternatives to what a contingency. You're banking on a source that may not be there if it's referred. So it may not be, but if it's referred, you're in deep trouble. So I would certainly encourage you not to have a whole underpinning. Your 3-legged stool is now, I guess you want 5. Don't take your biggest leg out and say, now what are we going to do? And so I'm hoping that OTC and others have some real thoughtful comments on it.
When I hear the national gas average every week, Oregon is always like $1 more, $1 plus more than the national average. Do you have an answer for that? Because I was told we were only at what, 38 cents a gallon. So it's not on a percentage basis like California, but why is our gas more than the average for the nation?
Sure. So I will answer in a couple ways. One, I believe whenever the gas tax is fully phased in after the House Bill 2017, 38 cents per gallon is the state tax. I think the second part of the answer is that might be a question for the gas companies. I don't mean to sound cheeky when I say that, but I think, you know, there's a federal gas tax, there's a state gas tax in some municipalities, there is a local gas tax as well. And then after and beyond that, it's really up to the private companies who are charging and providing that to determine what all these inputs are and how they make that final customer price.
Travis can probably better speak to this, Travis. The Western states tax comparison shows Oregon is often lower in transportation fees and costs than our neighboring states, right?
I just had one quick comment, and it goes back into your conversation a little bit ago, Lindsay, about bringing things to the legislature and our new picture of what our legislature is going to look like. My concern is, and I know that you know this, and everybody else does too, when we talk about, trickling things out to the legislature over the course of 2 or 3 or 4 years, as you described, and getting them fully engaged and involved by some period of time way out there. By then, there's also going to be a complete another election cycle and more new people. So my suggestion is, and always has been, start dumping it on the table right away, because we can trickle and trickle and trickle out there, but you'll never get to where you need to go, and that 16% cut will be down to 30% or something like that if we really don't get on this quickly. So my encouragement would be faster is better, and I know you guys have the brain power to help us all get there, but if we're going to wait till 2025 to get something in front of them, we're going to lose a whole lot of traction in between time. Thank you.
I was just curious, it's a little bit off topic, but how is this EV system build out being funded?
So that might be a question for Amanda. I would say in terms of infrastructure, there were certainly federal funds that are available. I know that the state has put in some additional state dollars to the extent that we can do that, and we have the flexibility funding to do that. Our plan is to ask for additional contribution and investment more legislation next session as well. It's a whole host of funding.
Yeah, so the majority of it will come from the IIJA Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act. So once you count the match that's required with that, it's about 65 million. Our investment goal is over 100 million commitment. So we get there by partially the legislative ask, but we're also using some of what we call our lawnmower fund, where it's gasoline that's not used in vehicles and the fee that's paid with that. So some of that funding comes from that source as well.
So could that have gone to something else out of the IIJA? First question. Second one is, when I drive, I have to plan where I'm going to get fuel. Nobody's ever planned out for me that every 50 miles it's going to be available, and there's a lot of parts of the state that it's not. So I just think that's an aspirational. I think there's many aspirational things that ODOT is doing, and I know it's because the governor wants those things to be done, and I think the new governor is going to want them to be done around climate change and other things too. But I think there's going to be a reckoning between aspirational goals and what we can afford to do. You don't add on to your house if it needs a roof and you can't afford the roof. So there's going to have to be a reckoning day that these philosophies have to be addressed, I believe. Sorry.
Right, so the 65 million is directed on the national side towards electric vehicle charging infrastructure, so no flexibility there. It's absolutely directed. The other is at the discretion of the Transportation Commission to add some more funds there, but also goes along with directives that happen in the state of Oregon. I think Travis mentioned this earlier. So Oregon DEQ is looking at adopting rulemaking in December that would require that all new vehicles sold are electric by 2035. So it's trying to make sure that that charging is accessible in that time frame and available.
Yeah. Thanks. So I'm Bruce Carswell, the Rail Advisory Committee. I get a little bit of a benefit as having been on the RAC now since it was formed originally out of the original Connect Oregon process back in 2005. So I've sat through a number of these presentations over the years about the pending cliff at ODOT on O&M funds specifically, and the highways are still out there. So I think one of the issues we've got here is a bit of the boy who cried wolf. So I suspect that there's many constituents out there that go, we've been hearing this for years, we don't want any new taxes. So I think the education piece of defining why it's different this time is going to be very critical, because unless the constituents understand it, you're never going to get the legislature to come along with it.
Yeah, I thanks Bruce for that comment. I agree, and I think the urgency, right? I think for a long time we've been able to say this is a problem, but don't worry, we're figuring it out, right? That's what I take away from that comment, and I think we're to a point where we've done all we can, and so now additional action that's really incumbent upon the legislature to take needs to happen. So I agree with that wholly. I think the other thing I think of is your as you were speaking, was what Mike said earlier about you have to be specific and concrete impacts and consequences, right? And so for us to say, we're going to be down 150 million, $150 million to legislators, to individuals who don't spend time in the transportation area like we do, that means little to nothing, I think. And I don't mean to be dismissive when I say that, but I think it's incumbent upon us to be able to say, and the impact will be, this road is not going to get plowed, and the impact will be, this DMV office is going to closed. And to be able to say that with a degree of credibility and specificity is, I think, the most critical piece as we make this case to the legislature. And so I completely agree with that. I think that's what we're doing right now.
So Lindsay, a couple thoughts that have been crossing my mind as I listened to Roy, and he was talking about tolling. And I know I kind of laid it out at the table at some of the app meetings where they've said, you know, we don't support tolling, and it's from other areas than Region 1. And my answer is, we have to do something. And at some point, the reality is that if we can't use tolling, then we have to take the money somewhere. So that means in your region, you may only get one project. Your priority may only be one project at that point. We're going to have to take it somewhere. I was in San Francisco last week and went 20 miles, and it took me an hour and a half. And I sat there thinking about it the whole time. And there was 4 of us in the vehicle. And I said, you know, can you live like this? Would you live here? Would you be willing to do this every single day of your life? The answer from all 4 people, and they're Oregonians, was no. But our Portland metro area is facing things like this. We have to remember, if we are taking the holistic view of all of Oregon, part of our state lives in a terrible situation. And so how do we help to make it better for them? But the reality is it takes a ton of money that we don't have. Then going back to Nikki, you know, when you said about the EV, the frustration I had, so the conference I attended was on hydrogen and electric vehicles. We are getting shoved this technology from the top of the federal government down. They're throwing billions of dollars into this with no thought about the grid, no thought about how we implement this. So what's happening in states like California, making these huge decisions, and Oregon and Washington are going along with them. So we're adopting policy that it's going to be put on us that doesn't make sense to us, to most of us. And then we get into the equity piece of it, where you say, okay, let's talk about equity across the state. So if we put EV up by 5, doesn't the rest of the state deserve it too? The answer is yes. If our policymakers are going to tell us that all new vehicles after 2035 have to be electric, then why are we not putting money in the infrastructure? And there's this panic because the federal government is throwing billions of dollars. I just got a notification of transit, EV charging. You know, we have 15, I think it's $1 million available for charging for transit. But none of us are ready. It takes us 2 years to even get a vehicle, number one. And number two, the grant has to be spent in a year and a half. So again, we're having people make decisions on our behalf that we can't fulfill. So I think all of us sitting at this table have a responsibility to have those conversations with legislators and to educate them. Because I try to approach this with my board. We're compressed natural gas in the Rogue Valley. I run the transit system. And all of a sudden my board is jumping to, let's get rid of compressed natural gas and let's go to hydrogen. Whoa, wait a minute. What is the cost of that to the taxpayers in our community? And is it really worth it? And so we're having those hard conversations, and you need to just keep after it. And if this as a body can have that conversation together and push it forward, it's going to be helpful. But when each one of us take an approach that's just individual, it gets money. It gets money, and we don't become that voice. So I think the acts are important. I think that conversation needs to happen, and that this is a body that can help those conversations in the education piece. I'll shut up.
you. Any other thoughts or comments? I feel like that was it. Okay, great.
So I'm gonna read this because it's directly from our act. Our members understand the limitations of declining revenue, but there are no discussions on how ODOT can adjust expenses to account for the lower revenue expected in the future. We encourage ODOT to take a hard look at expenses, as all cities and counties are required to do across the state, and increasing balance and creating balanced budgets for every year. As I'm sitting here listening to everybody, I just see how important the conversations are between all of us. And that goes to us communicating and the acts being heard. We have ideas, but if we're not feeling like we're being heard, we're not gonna bother to tell you. So you need to keep us engaged so that we can give you the ideas. There may be something that you haven't thought of, or there may be things that you can't do because, you know, from one rule or another, like what you can spend the money on that we don't know. But we need to have those conversations and keep each other in the loop and trying to figure this out.
Yeah, a question follow-up to Betty. Go ahead and keep the mic. I can, yeah. When you're giving this feedback, it's going to, I'm guessing, the staff that are responsible for staffing the act. And I think what I'm hearing from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you're feeling like that isn't going any further.
Well, the staff feels like it's not going any further than that. You know, they're telling whoever they're supposed to go to, and they don't feel like when they listen in on a meeting, they're not hearing anything about any of that information that they gave.
So the leadership isn't listening to the local.
Right, that's what the feeling is.
Does the OTC get reports from all the act meetings across the state?
I'll be honest, no. I mean, Sharon and I and some of the other OTC members try to attend the ACT meetings. We've tried to split it up. There's a lot of acts, there's a lot of meetings. So we listen in and try to get it, but I don't think we have ever had to we haven't asked specific questions to where it gets back to the OTC. We do take the recommendations that come and look at every piece of, I can tell you for myself, and I know Sharon and I, every letter that comes to us from the acts is read, each commissioner reads those. We try to weigh it against the recommendation and try to make a decision. Every time someone comes and speaks to the OTC on a matter, we try to weigh it. But again, there's a ranking of projects that go through. You all know that projects are ranked and recommendations are made that way. Is there a better way? Maybe. I don't know, but I think we're in serious trouble now at this point where we don't know how we're going to fund all the transportation network.
I would just say that I think I would echo what Julie said. We do listen to all the feedback that we get from the acts, and we've been trying to attend more of those meetings. One recent example is on the IIJA funds. We asked for recommendations from the acts and from the community as a whole. And I think some feedback for you is we didn't always get a letter from the act that said we had dialogue and we came to a consensus on these priority, short list of our biggest priorities. Sometimes what we got was different letters from different ACT members with their own personal opinion. And so what would be helpful for me going forward is if we hear from an ACT that says, here is our consensus. I mean, because you all have disagreements within your ACT on different priorities. So maybe a more directed, focused recommendation that we can then say, here is what we heard, and here's how it got balanced and prioritized with all of the rest of the feedback that we've got. And I don't know that I've done a very good job of articulating that when we make some of these decisions, but you know, to have this be a little bit more, here is our consensus, here's what we took with that, and here's what our, you know, how it factored into our decision making. We can do a better job with that. One thing occurs to me from this whole conversation is I hear a fairly consistent consensus that we all are very concerned about operation and maintenance and what the budget impact is, not just to ODOT system, but the entire system and to local communities. And I hear that loud and clear. We cannot do this without the acts and the communities coming with us to the legislature saying there needs to be more O&M in the system. If we don't have it, here is what will happen to local communities. We can't do the fund exchange. We can't maintain the roads, and it impacts all of the Oregonians. And so I would say, let's work together to have that message, to send that message and have it be a voice from all of us, because I think that's the only way we're going to get the ear of the legislature. So I'll get off my soapbox now.
So we're running into lunch a little bit. We were supposed to go at 11:45. We keep pushing it. I have a couple closing thoughts before lunch. Anyone burning wants to share something? Three people. Right.
It's gonna get. I just want to say thank you. My name is David Antrim with the Oregon Advisory Committee. I just want to thank you for both of your comments. Those were that was very valuable. One of the things that I noticed over the last couple of years, I think this was with the IJA or perhaps with the strip funding, was we got a survey that you all sent out saying what should our priorities be, and perhaps, you know, rather than us trying to send a letter, say maybe we'll make it more of a formal process of something similar to that, saying, yeah, hey, this is what we think of the priorities are with. What do the acts think? What do the advisory committees go along with as a system type of improvement? One of the issues that I have on the Freight Advisory Committee is we meet 4 times a year, and I would like to see us be a little bit more advocating of types of things. And most of the time we get together and we talk about informational stuff, and it talks about all of the stuff we have there, but we never, I wouldn't say never, but we very rarely have actionable items where we take a vote and actually bring things to the OTC. And maybe we can make a little bit more formalized process to that. Maybe that would assist you in some of the process there. That was just my thoughts.
My big thank you for your comments. And I think the biggest thing with the legislation that I'm looking, and I'm pretty novice when it comes to legislative, I think the biggest purview that we could bring before the new legislation, the new committees, is the O&M. Because even if we spend all this money on new infrastructure, how are we going to take care of it if we have no O&M? And I think they need to be re-educated on the shortfalls of House Bill 2017, and the fact that yes, EV is important and we do need to go down that road, but if we can't maintain what we have, we won't have any roads to go down to the EV. Yes, I agree.
I just want to come back to the huge system. This is a huge system. We're talking about transit and rail. We're talking about trucks. We're talking about bikes. We're talking about walking. We're talking about an entire system. And when the conversation rolls around the O&M, a lot of times that is nothing but a road for automobiles. So we need to make sure that we're covering both. Thank you.
All right, I'm hungry.
So right now, Beth is holding him all for lunch.
It's always my fault. I've never held up the deal. Just so you know, transit relies on roads, not just cars. And I've always been a proponent in my role, for the O&M, to maintain the highways, because all of the roads that our buses in Classic County drive on are state highways. So maintenance is extremely important for transit. Again,
All right, thank you. So a lot of good information here, a lot of good feedback that we're getting. We'll talk a little bit more about engagement with older area commissions on transportation, our mobile advisory committees at a topic later here in the agenda. Some of the things you've heard thus far. We'll hit on again, but also kind of what have we done thus far to try to address some of these things. And they're just really starting, so you're probably not seeing it as much yet. And then I heard certainly kind of a call to action, I think from our commissioners and others of like, how do we co-message all this together? How do we help collectively educate our legislators of the needs, clearly articulating our priorities, what our system is, what we're moving towards. So I think we're all in this together and moving forward and accomplishing some of the key priorities that Lindsay mentioned. So with that, let's go ahead and break for lunch. There's a taco bar in the back. So it has a lot of different options, hopefully, that you can find back there. We're going to invite our members along this table to go first, grab your meal, and then members of the audience, you're certainly welcome to grab some food and refreshments as well. And then we will come back here around 12:30 and start to engage in some additional dialogue. Thank you. food, some to eat while we get started here. So you'll hear a booming voice from the sky. That is Erica McCaplin, our Assistant Director of Social Equity. She unfortunately couldn't make it over here today, but she's going to be talking to you today about some of the work that we're doing, about social equity in general. And before I mess up too much of what she's going to cover, I'm going to turn it over to her. And we have some kind of muting, unmuting. So while she's talking, she won't be able to hear you or questions in the room. What we'll do is we'll pause, unmute from here so she can hear and try to work out the technology that way and cross her fingers. So with that, Erica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person. I live in Central Oregon and my heat chose to go out yesterday. And so fixing that was a high priority. And thankfully someone came by this morning and repaired it. So all is well now. But I am so glad to be able to come and talk to you all about equity at ODOT. And I want to say that since I started this role in June, I have heard a lot, like, what is equity? You know, how does ODOT define equity? And I think Lindsay did a great job of defining it this morning, but we're going to talk about that in detail this afternoon, along with some guidance that we have for our committees. And so while you eat lunch, we can talk about what equity is, and then I'll pause in between before we go into the guidance to take any questions. Oh, I need to be able to share my screen, please. So as the Assistant Director for Social Equity, it's very important to me that we're all speaking the same language about what equity is at ODOT. I realize that there may be different definitions or interpretations floating around. However, I want to share how ODOT defines equity. So what is it? Equity acknowledges that not all people or all communities are starting from the same place. Equity is the effort to provide different levels of support based on an individual or group's needs in order to achieve fairness in outcomes. And equity actionably empowers communities most impacted by systemic oppression and requires redistribution of resources, power, and opportunity to those communities. Now, I want to be very clear that equity is not a race conversation. Equity is a resource conversation, as well as in fairness and outcomes conversation. When we talk about racial issues, sometimes the two get conflated, and I want to be very clear that that's not what equity is about. Many communities and many people are impacted by inequities, not just those of a certain race or ethnicity. So this is a visual representation of equity illustrated. And so when we look at this photo, we think we can talk about what equality is. And it's the assumption that everyone benefits from the same supports, and this is equal treatment. But as you can see from the photo, the folks that are trying to watch the soccer game, everyone doesn't need those supports. You know, one example that I use is during the pandemic, many people received stimulus payments from the government. I was one of those people, but I was also fortunate enough to work throughout the entire pandemic. So did I really need, you know, that support? And with equity, those that need the supports, that, you know, everyone gets the supports that they need. So I'm sure that there was someone out there that needed those supports more than me. If we think about how restaurant workers were impacted by the pandemic, you know, they might have been able to use a little bit more than I needed at the time. And when we think about equity, this is the concept of affirmative action, and it's intended to produce equity. Now, I will say not everywhere applies affirmative action correctly. Affirmative action is not about quotas, and some institutions apply it that way, which is not correct. It's not what that was intended to do. And then I want to also point out, so I had the privilege of training Ben Police Department, and one of the officers said, why are we taking the box away from the tallest person and giving it to someone else? That is not how equity works. Equity is not like pie, wherein if my piece is larger, yours is smaller. We pay the same, Travis was talking about the taxes that we pay earlier. We pay the same amount of taxes regardless. And how those resources are used is how equity is applied. It's not taking from anyone and giving to someone else. Justice is, of course, just removing the barriers so all three can see the game without supports or accommodations, because the cause of the inequity was addressed. The systemic barrier has been removed. And when I came from higher education to ODOT, and when I talk about this, about what a systemic barrier is, let's think about higher education and the many barriers that there are for a lot of people to get a college education. Number one is cost. It's very expensive. And then if you are a place-bound individual, which means you cannot move away from where you live to go to college, that can be another barrier. And these are all systemic barriers that impact the entire system of higher education. So that's what we mean when we say systemic barrier. Other systems are the healthcare system, the criminal justice system. A lot of systems exist in our world, and addressing those barriers to access is what justice does. So when we talk about intersectionality, I heard you all this morning bringing up some issues that were important to you in regard to the regions that you live in or serve, communities being heard. That's an equity issue. And ODOT, my office has created an equitable engagement program to where we can, guide our regional offices on how they engage with the community to make sure they are indeed hearing from everyone. The issue about DMV offices being closed, that's an equity issue because we need to make sure that we're serving all the citizens of our state. And then when we think about the bridge issue, someone mentioned a bridge on the coast that needs to be repaired or maintained. That's an equity issue. We need to make sure that we're serving all citizens of the state the same way. So there are many different issues that impact various groups of people. So when we think about making accommodations, we talked about that impacts the differently able community, but it can also be an equity issue. It's an equity issue because, different resources can be applied and given to those that don't always start from the same place. And many of these issues that you see here on this chart may not impact the projects that ODOT takes on as much as it does our workforce and all Oregonians that we serve. So when we think about how ODOT views equity and what our social equity lens is, we try to ask these questions as we approach a lot of our work, and we're asking our committees to do the same. So how have or will historically excluded communities be informed, consulted, or involved? I've heard a lot of you say you don't feel heard. How are we going to address that? Depending on where you live in the state, your voice may not be as loud. Depending on power dynamics or structural dynamics, your voice may not be heard. So how are we going to fix that? What methods or tools were used for engagement? And we need to be specific. So we are asking on all of our projects, what did the regions do in order to get public opinion, public involvement around the project? And then not only the methods that they use, but what really impacted the project? How did the feedback impact the project? I am not a proponent of bringing people together and getting their feedback and not doing anything with it. That makes communities feel unheard. It makes them feel used. And so we don't want to do that as an agency. In what ways does this address the needs expressed by historically excluded communities? Many of you mentioned different needs that are within your region today. And so how is what ODOT doing, or how does this project, or how does this task address the needs of those that have been historically excluded? And what are the benefits and burdens to those communities? We want to make sure that we're aware of any burden that we create by doing maintenance work, or by taking on a new project altogether. Many of you have mentioned tolling, and we want to hear that feedback and be aware of it as we move forward. Does this affect a high social equity index area? And what that means is, on our website, we have created a social equity index map that shows high impact areas around the state. And we ask our teams to look at that map and determine if their projects impact a high social equity index area. If so, is there an opportunity to address economic or health disparities in this community, that this community or that community experiences? And one example of that is the Rose Quarter project, and not just Rose Quarter, but it's the one that gets a lot of attention. We are doing a lot to try to address disparities that community has experienced and correct past harms. But the historic albino community is not the only community that has been harmed around the state by projects that ODOT has done. Is there an opportunity in your work to increase safety and or access that the historically excluded, the historically excluded that does not directly address the purpose of the project? So is there something that we can do to increase safety in an area that may not be directly tied to the project? If so, what is the cost or risk to ODOT? And how do we mitigate that cost or risk? Some things we just need to do. And how do we address those problems? So this is the conversation that we've been having with our committee, or we will be having. I've had with some committees around that serve ODOT, and I will be having it with all of them. And because I've heard some questions around equity this morning, I want to pause here and answer any questions that you might have related to our definition of equity and how we apply equity at ODOT. No questions?
Commissioner Smith.
This is really just asking you to elaborate a little bit on the social equity index map, so people understand what that means.
Sure. So it is a map of the state of Oregon, and we identify areas that are low income areas or rural areas, or somehow have been impacted historically. And we try to be especially considerate in those areas when we begin to do work there. So if we are doing work in a high social index area, that means that we need to be very particular about the engagement that we do, make sure we hear the voices of the community there so that we're not causing further harm or creating undue burdens on that community.
So what methods were used to determine this, and can we find this on the website?
Yes, you can find it on the website. It is on the social equity tab, and there should be a tab that says social equity index map. We also, there are many maps that are used by the federal government, but mostly it came from census data that we gathered together and worked with. We are also partnering with our climate office to improve the social equity index map. So it might be that we just refer to a national or federal tool versus having our own tool in the future, but mainly we use census data to create the map.
I'm just going to mention, we will make the slides available from today. We'll include links to things like Erica just mentioned.
Good afternoon. So in the first presentation today, we heard about equitable outcomes and the importance of those. Can you tell me what those are and how they're measured?
Sure. So it varies from project to project what the equitable outcomes can be. And usually it's measurable more in a qualitative way than a quantitative way. What is the impact to a community and how do people feel about those outcomes, right? However, we do have visible and measurable outcomes like bike lanes and pedestrian paths, things like that we are constantly improving in projects that we do. So there are some things that we can measure because we see the benefit and people can experience the benefit, but there are other things that make people feel better about the work that ODOT is doing, and that can be an equitable outcome as well.
Thank you for the clarification on that. That was actually a very helpful definition. You mentioned about the Rose Quarter project. I chair the Oregon Freight Advisory Committee, and our committee is, most of our membership is around the state, multiple modes. We have rail, trucking, marine, air, and we all feel that the interstate bridge and the Rose Quarter project is one of our #1 priorities because it affects all of these modes. One of the challenges and difficulties, so we've been very supportive of both of those projects and getting the benefits of both of those projects. We understand that there's challenges with the Rose Quarter project, and I was curious, I noticed that this morning there was a lot of discussion about the interstate bridge project, but it seems like the Rose Quarter wasn't out there as well, and I'm just curious, like, what's the status of that? And maybe hearing from your perspective on what is being done and what can be done to make that project move forward. Not only, and I understand that ODOT has multiple stakeholders to take a look at here, but I was just curious what your take on that project.
Right. To be very honest with you, the project is still ongoing. Public comment was just opened yesterday on the Rose Quarter project, and that will be open for a while. But I don't, this is the same message that Lindsay and Travis both gave this morning about resources. And we will need additional resources to keep the project on task, in the way that we intend for it to go. But right now, it is still very much ongoing, moving forward in a very positive way. So I feel good about where we are today. Lindsay, did you have something to add on that? I saw you grab the mic.
Yeah, I was just taking the mic in case you didn't want to answer, but I would just reiterate everything that Erica just said, which is it's ongoing right now. Folks probably remember that Governor Brown convened the table to sort of look at a reevaluation of the design, and that's also under sort of the supplemental environmental review process right now. So the project is very much underway. We will get to a conversation around additional funding for the Rose Quarter project sometime in the relatively near future. And we are hopeful and I think ready to start some early work package construction late next year.
I'm Leanne Thompson. I'm a Clatsop County Commissioner. I promised Henry Heimiller that because I was here as your guest, I would keep my mouth shut, so I'm breaking my word. I just wanted to- I lived in Portland for over 20 years. I loved it. I came from Detroit, Michigan. I learned so much. I learned so much there that I needed to know in the world about social justice and the costs and the benefits. That said, in rural Oregon, we were told House Bill 2017 is going to fix Portland first because the metropolitan area's problems are critical. If they don't get solved, the rest of Oregon will suffer. But rural Oregon, we're going to get to you. I talked to Lindsay, I used the phrase legislative amnesia. Because if the Rose Quarter grows and grows and grows and grows and takes up all the available resources, the problems are still continuing to grow in rural Oregon. We are one system, and I will tell you for certain sure that folks in urban Oregon want to come to rural Oregon, and it takes a road system to handle all of it. So how to balance and harmonize those competing vectors of need. We want to be your allies. We want to be working with you to solve these issues with every respect and consideration. We've been waiting for our turn, so please do not forget. Please contain and make reasonable the needs of the Rose Quarter project so that the rest of Oregon can be taken care of.
Thank you for that comment. And I will say that earlier this week, I spent time reviewing for our Great Streets program, reviewing many proposals for projects that are happening all over the state in every region to increase our, bike ped lanes around the state. And so I think that we could do a better job of informing the rest of the state what we are doing related to the rural areas and rural parts of Oregon. But I understand completely how it may not, be enough. And so I appreciate your comment. Thank you. And we will not forget about rural Oregon. I know that I get in the car and travel all the time. If you want me to come and speak to people, committees, I am happy to do that.
Sorry. Say that. Oh, consider yourself invited. I want to speak a little bit to the rural needs of our state. And for any of you who watch the riveting OTC meetings on video, you will hear me be a consistent voice saying that we need to make sure that we are funding rural communities across the state. And so I usually try and make that pitch at least once a meeting. And I will give you a concrete example of our hearing you and taking action. So part of the IIJA funds, and I'm going to get some of the terms wrong, I think, had some discretionary money, and we were trying to figure out how to do it. And part of it was allocating money to the local fund programs. And originally, one of the suggestions was a less than the typical match to go to the cities and counties. And I said, let's make sure we're being fair to our local communities and our rural communities. And so we moved the needle on that. So we did hear you and take action. So just an example. And we're not very good at doing that feedback loop I'm hearing.
This is more of a comment. I do want to say that I think it was probably in 2016 in a room very similar to this with several of y'all in the room during a break. I had a gentleman who had come to that meeting who was a farmer in Klamath County. And the conversation was going on at that time about HB 2017 and the Rose Quarter particularly, and the need for a new interstate bridge. And this is somebody who I really kind of thought was here to say, we don't want all that bullshit. We need roads in Klamath County and stuff like that. But he went on to tell me how important it was to the farmers and ranchers in rural Oregon to take care of those urban bottlenecks, because he had to rely on getting his stuff to Tacoma to get it on board vessels, to get it shipped out. So I think we also have to make sure that we're broad enough in our vision of things to realize that even these things that feel like and smell like and act like an urban project can truly have tentacles that reach out to every aspect of our entire state, our entire region.
Go ahead, I think you have another portion of your presentation, correct?
Well, Amanda, for the sake of time, I'll be short and sweet with this. First, I want to, since everybody is finished eating lunch, I want to do a little exercise with you really quickly. I would like for you to stand up if you are a native Oregonian. Okay, so just notice the people around the room that are still seated, those that are standing. Okay, thank you. You can be seated now. Stand if you are a business owner. Okay, thank you. Stand if you live in the Portland metro region, part of the state. Okay, thank you. Stand if you live in Southern Oregon. Okay, thank you. Stand if you live in Eastern Oregon. Okay, thank you. And if you live on the coast or west in Western Oregon. Okay, thank you. And I saved it for last, but not least, Central Oregon. All right, thank you. The last thing that I will say is stand if you have ever or are serving in the United States military. Thank you, and thank you so much for your service. So keep in mind the number of people that stood and remained seated during that little exercise when we think about what I'm about to say. So effective January 1st, 2022, House Bill 2985 directed ODOT to diversify its advisory committees to reflect Oregon's populations, racial, ethnic, and ability composition as determined by the most recent American Community Survey. So I did that little exercise with you to show that regardless of how we look, right? Regardless of the package that we were born in, none of us can help that. There is diversity among us, right? So when you hear that we are asking you to diversify your committees, think beyond race and ethnicity. There is a lot of diversity in the state of Oregon, and it may not be based on race and ethnicity, but we do have to talk to people and get to know the people in our community well enough to know what that diversity is. Right? And when we ask you to do that, we do have guidance that is available. For the sake of time, I won't go through that entire presentation, but know that I will be coming around to every committee to present the guidance, as well as to do a little that same equity presentation that I just did for you today. So I look forward to being invited and scheduling time to come and visit wherever you are around the state of Oregon. And thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Any other questions for Erica before she goes about some of the latest information she was sharing?
Just a comment. Erica, thank you so much. You are a breath of fresh air. I think it's something that all of us needed and we're very confused about. And I know even at the act level, this has been a concern for as we shape our committees and try to figure out in our modal committees, how we make sure that we represent everybody. So thank you.
Thank you. And please know, I meet people where they are. You know, we're all human beings, and I meet people where they are. So don't be afraid to invite me to speak to your committees. I promise that I do this work with a lot of love and a lot of intention. And so never be afraid of the way that I will approach folks.
Thanks again, Erica. All right, so we move on to the final unstructured portion of our program. So progress and everything. So this time really is allotted to provide additional time to listen to all of you. Perhaps something that you wanted to say that you heard earlier and you thought about it as you were eating and over lunch and you want to say something now, that's great. Or if there's a topic we haven't covered yet, that you really want to share and make sure people hear and understand what some of the issues that your committee deals with. So it's an opportunity to go around. We'd like to have time, hopefully, to hear from everyone. So we'll start with Ken.
Thank you. I forgot to introduce myself before. I'm Ken Wood, Chair of the Mid-Willamette Valley Act. I'm also on the Dallas City Council, also Mayor-elect. I've got some things here my act has directed me to share with you today. There's no opinions from the other acts, strictly from the Mid-Willamette Valley Act. I'm going to read them so I get them right. I've been to more of these meetings than I really want to go to, but there's the only chance I get to see people. MWAC was the first act started in 1997. We represent Marion, Polk, and Yamhill counties. We have 17 members representing various cities and corridors and highways in our Tri-County area. However, only 4 of the members are paid to participate. There's 3 county commissioners and 1 from transit. The remaining 13 people are volunteers. Over the years, our mission is to select various safety projects that are needed in our Tri-County area. Each member knows what's important and what safety projects are needed in their particular area. Over the years, we have selected our projects and met with other acts in our region to prioritize the region's projects. Almost every year, the OTC asks us to remind them what projects are important in our area. May 5th, 2016, we reminded the OTC of our major projects. No response. January 30th, 2017, we wanted to ask to accelerate the final design for Hoover Gundy bypass. No response. November the 14th, 2017, engagement with the acts needs improvement in many areas. MWAC was shared their frustration that ODOT is not so much asking for input as much as giving presentations to MWAC in order to check the box that they are engaging with the acts. No response. October 8th, 2018, the Connect Oregon program, in agreement with the statute adopted by legislature, provides for participation in the project review process by the acts. We reminded the OTC that MWAC is chartered to provide input to the OTC on major funding programs. No response. November the 7th, 2019, reminded the OTC our major projects. There's 4 or 5 of them. No response. January 7th, 2021, we asked for the supporting additional federal funds for the Aurora-Donald interchange. No response. December the 20th, 2021, we asked for the 4 major projects again. No response. So the question we have is, what are the OTC's expectations for the acts? It's changed over the years. What are the future roles for the acts? What does the OTC need from the acts? Is the OTC going to change their future membership requirements to the acts, or let each act decide what's best for themselves? Will the acts have a role in major project identification in the future?
Thank you. It's actually probably a good segue for what I missed on the agenda too, so apologies for that. There was a section on the agenda that talks a little bit from our commissioners to the idea that Commissioner Smith raised earlier around consensus. So we'll have a chance to talk about that a little bit and respond to some of the points that you brought up as well. I think we're hearing some really good feedback and things that I'll say isn't necessarily new information that we're hearing from our acts in terms of, are you listening to us? Are we valued? Do you care about us? And that's partially why we want to have this table, is to really listen again in a way that we can figure out how we move forward to better internalize what we're hearing, to better use that feedback and share how that's being utilized. So we started some things around trying to be more intentional about what we're bringing to committees and asking more specific questions, and then trying to document what did we use, how did we use it. But that's a big change process for us, and I think only one way in which to address some of the needs. So I'll turn it over to the commissioners to talk a little bit about the idea around consensus. So that's a way that I think consolidated recommendations to the commission can more clearly potentially be used.
Thank you. Before we get to that, I just wanted to maybe comment on a couple of the points that you raised today. One is, I can't speak to what happened before I got on the commission, which was 2019. I will say that shortly thereafter we went into COVID, and so things have been a little bit less communication. I think COVID really, gave us all challenges in how we communicate. I do want to say that there is, and this is a hard thing to say, but I need to say it, which is there's a difference between valuing and listening and wanting to know what you think, and then always funding all the projects that you ask for. And, so yes, your project in your region is very important, and I'm not discounting that. We have to take everybody's projects and everybody's feedback and prioritize and balance using the tools that we have. And so I heard what you wanted, we just haven't gotten there yet. So we need to do a better job of saying, I heard you. This priority is not, we're not going to be funding it right now. Having said that, I think it's still valuable for us to hear everybody's priorities. And so we need to figure out a way so that you feel heard and that we give you the feedback you are looking for in terms of we've heard you. It may not be that you're going to always get what you want, but sometimes we just need to say that. I mean, I think that's part of the transparency, right? Is yes, I think I'd love to fund, projects in Central Oregon and projects in every region. We just don't have the money. So what would help us, I think, is a very targeted consensus priority from the acts. And then what I want to know is how you want us to respond to that. What does that look like to you that will be meaningful?
So I've been on the commission for, I think, 4 years now. And COVID did make it very difficult. I think part of my frustration as a commissioner, the last few years, we used to meet monthly. We used to meet the day before our actual commission meeting and go through our packets and talk about all the different projects and all the different needs in our community. Why is having a priority list important? It's not for us. It's for your legislators. It's so that when we're having those conversations, we can roll something out and say, here's the unmet need. I can tell you from the transit side, that's why there's a transit employee payroll tax. Because we got everybody together, we put together a priority lists of what we needed, and we threw it in front of them over and over and over to the point where they just like fund them because we're tired of hearing. I mean, I used to see my own senator turn and walk in the other direction when he saw me coming because he didn't want to have that conversation another time. You're right. You're right. We probably haven't given the feedback. I can tell you, I volunteer as a commissioner along with all my other fellow commissioners. We have real jobs too. Our packets are about 150, 200 pages with all the feedback, and we try to get through every single bit of it before our next meeting. There's all the public comment that also happens. And I'm not trying to make a lot of excuses here because I hear your frustration and I hear it in my own act. They call me up and they tell me how displeased they are. Mike Montero. But with that said, I don't want the feedback not to come. It's got to keep coming. But I think as this group, we have to figure out what we're gonna do with that. What are we gonna do with it? How we become one voice? How do we make this work? How we prioritize the states? And we're going to also have to phase these projects. That Dundee project, how many phases are you at? 3 now? 3rd phase?
Lost track.
A lot. And it's still a lot. And you still need them. And I hear you. And I've never been to Dundee. I've never been on the Dundee bypass that I know of. Maybe I have. I don't know. But I know it's important to your community. So I hear you. I think that we're here to help. Sharon and I, we've committed ourselves to the apps as, attending and being your liaison, but I need you to help me because I'm one voice, she's one voice. We've got to figure this out. And the staff need to work together too. Make sure, because one of the things I heard was maybe at your local level, your staff, your ODOT staff are hearing you and they're saying the feedback is it doesn't get past them. It's not getting to the leadership, and that's a problem. I'm gonna stop because I know all of you need to talk, so.
All right, so we want to hear from everybody. Who'd like to go next?
Hi, thank you. A couple of things. One thing that we haven't talked about that's near and dear to my heart because aviation has very few funding sources is the Connect Oregon. I mean, we need to find a way to keep it fully funded and keep it out there for rural airports. That's the only way that we have the ability to keep the infrastructure going. And we need aviation, especially in times of emergency. You don't understand how important having a place to land for emergencies is going to be. That's my airport soapbox, sorry. Reporting to the OTC, you touched a little bit about it and we've been talking, and maybe part of the disconnect is the filters that the staff for the acts get to you. Maybe we can look at unfiltering them. So instead of they say, okay, well, we said this, and then they give you a report, but it might not highlight what the act was meaning, but they took what they thought would be the best, most important to you. So maybe if we could look at how it's filtered to you guys from the ODOT staff, I think maybe we will feel a little bit better knowing that you're actually hearing what we're saying, not what staff has put in a report. Okay. And you both have talked about being more specific on our wants. And I think some of it is what we get from you guys too. It's kind of generalized. So if you want something or need something from us, spell it out, be very specific, give us the time to work through it, and we'll do our honest best to give you back the concise specificity that you guys desire. That's what we're here for. And the other thing that I think with all the new legislature and everything that we're going to be, who knows how it's all going to come down, we need to figure out a plan or a process so that we can all look as a unified front. So not only are you working with them, you're going to be the first line of defense, but they can look behind and see all of us are right there. We've got your backs. We're helping you. We know how important it is. And we're right there with you. We're agreeing with everything that we're going for. And it's going to be for the betterment of Oregon.
Great comments, thank you. I was expecting that here from David over here.
You're here. Give it to David. Well, thank you. Again, David Anser with the Oregon Freight Advisory Committee. We heard a couple of comments here, and we highlighted one of them, that, you know, a farmer in Klamath County is really concerned about the Portland Rose Corridor project. And that has been a consistent message from our committee as well. We have a variety of different modes of transportation. Like the other acts, we have approximately 25 people on the OFAC, and half of them are government type of entities. And when I say that, a lot of those are like port type things, so it's a quasi government, but the other half are private industry. We represent, like I said, rail, trucking, marine, and air. And so some of the big projects that we have with our product, that are some of the big priorities that we have, is the Rose Corridor project, as well as the interstate bridge. The interstate bridge, one of the concerns that we have is making sure that there's enough capacity, and we have heard some rumblings of, you know, is there going to be enough capacity and auxiliary lanes that are going to be on that. So we want to make sure that there's enough freight capacity on those bridges, and that we don't run out of capacity before the thing is even built. And so that it has a 50-year lifespan and not obsolete on day one. So those are the two major projects that we have. And again, that is consistent from all of our membership, and they are across the state, and it affects all modes of transportation. You know, I'm from the railroad industry, and one of the things, like, you wouldn't think like the interstate bridge would have an impact on that, or the Rose Corridor, but all of the freight that goes in and out of the Port of Portland, all of the freight that goes in and out of the intermodal yards in Portland, all goes through those congested areas. So that's why it affects that. And I have several other people here that have highlighted those specific things. To talk about Connect Oregon, we want to make sure that you know, we have other funding sources. As I mentioned, we have marine and air and rail that are non-highway, and making sure that they have a funding mechanism. So with the Connect Oregon, there has been some positives that have come through it from transportation. On this last round, we have seen that there was more needs than there was money, and that seems to be a typical thing with all projects, right? So we just want to make sure that there's that funding mechanism goes forward, and that we are making sure that gets appropriately measured. And I thought the process went fairly well as far as going through all the various acts. As a matter of fact, I got to know a lot of the people through this, through that whole entire process. One of the other things that I wanted to mention is funding sources on federal projects. One of the things that's out there is a CRISI fund. I forget the full name of it. It's the Consolidated Rail
Infrastructure Safety.
Yes. So they're $1.5 billion this round, and there's $5 billion that's going to be going around for the next 5 years or so. So there's a huge opportunity for us to jump on it. Now, that's a rail specific thing, but I know that there's other federal funding programs out there, and I want to make sure that we, as the state of Oregon, are tapping into those. And one of the things that I see as a potential barrier is making sure that we have enough matching funds to go after those federal funds. And so what I was wanting to hear or wanting to maybe push for the legislature is making sure that we have funds available for matching. Because right now there are some of these projects that are going forward, but some of these other states are coming up with those matching funds. And I want to make sure that the state of Oregon is getting their head in the trough. So
I'm gonna let Commissioner Smith respond and then bounce back to you, Mike, unless first, did you want to comment?
I can add on to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks, David. You teed it up well. Bruce Cardinal, again, Rail Advisory Committee. Connect Oregon this last round, of course, we've been a few years since we had one. It went very well. I mean, I've described this from the very first Connect Oregon as sausage making at its best. But ultimately what came out of it was a pretty good process that rose, for the most part, really good projects, for multimodal funding to the top. And I used to hold that program up everywhere I went in the shoreline business as a model. Unfortunately, if it doesn't get funded, then it doesn't become a model anymore. And in my role in the shoreline, small shoreline company, I do get exposure in multiple states. And just to kind of provide a comparison to what David was saying about how other states are able to tackle some of these problems. Our state to the north, Washington, has had a fairly robust rail funding program through the legislature for several years, including this most recent round is like a 16-year, $150 million, program to go both for passenger rail and for freight rail. And because of the way that was structured, they were able, in this current Chrissy round that David spoke to, they were able to, earmark, so to speak, about $35 million towards matching funds, which is going to allow them to apply for a $100 million project for rural rail improvements, primarily Eastern Washington, but ultimately around the state. So again, one of the challenges Oregon's had from day one is, some of the restrictions on where, gas tax funding and that stuff can go. But I mean, as we talk about solving these funding issues, we got to think about making sure that we're able to be at the party when it comes to these large opportunities. The state of North Carolina, state of Kansas, all of these states are out there. They have figured out that they need to have some funding available so that they can capitalize when opportunities present at the federal level. And I watched the presentation. We're talking a lot about highways, and that's important. As David pointed out, even us in the rail space, we can't get our job done without the highways. But it's, transportation is a network, it's a system. So we need to be thinking about the non-highway modes and what we're going to do going forward on those as well.
Thank you. Just a response on the matching funds. We did allocate, I want to say 40 million out of the IIJA funds for matching for these grant opportunities. And we've already, I believe, Travis, tell me, that applied for several of these IIJA discretionary funds. And I can't tell you off the top of my head the amounts and the projects, but I'm sure somebody in this room can.
I have a great spreadsheet laying out each of those, and I could not tell you the total. But you did, in fact, set aside $40 million for matching federal grants. All of that, though, is not eligible for rail because of the federal and state constitutional restrictions. But we did manage to scrape together $4 million from our lawnmower fund to match Chrissy grants. So I am incredibly jealous of the state that can get 9 times that much for match.
And again, my comment was, I kind of focus on the rail side, but I'm thinking airport and I'm also thinking marine as well. There's funding sources out there, and I just want to make sure that we all are together on making sure that we have some matching funds for going after those programs. So, and an example of that is on the airport fund. There's that 5% for the federal the FAA grants that were out there, and making sure that a lot of the airports were tapping into into the Connect Oregon to use that as their matching funds. And so again, that's just one example. So thank you.
So I'll try to make this brief, but to give you enough technical specificity to help you through it. So if you think about the modes that affect the lives of all Oregonians, it's freight. Whether it's aviation, maritime, rail, or trucks, it doesn't matter. You can be in a hospital and you're going to depend on freight. So does that mean that all funds should go to freight? The short answer is no. But what there is in ODOT's toolbox, and I think it's still there, in the prioritization factors in the STIP program, is there's a little innocuous term at the bottom, leverages other values. And that's what we're here to talk about. So as an example, so if you own a trucking company and you look for alternatives, you don't have many. You know, I'm going to go to the store. I could walk. I could ride a bicycle if I had one. I can drive my car. I can call somebody like DoorDash to bring it to me. But if you're in a truck, you don't have any options. Okay, so what do? We're going to build 19-lane freeways everywhere? The short answer is no, and we don't need to. So when projects come up, it's looking at those leveraging opportunities. We've found that when we reach out to our area commission and we've got an array of projects, and we look at it through the different lenses that we have, with the assistance of ODOT staff to help us find out what the qualifying leveraging factors are, we found out that local projects that can evidence a measurable reduction in congestion on the state highway system, they're the ones that go to the top. They get funded, or they get the recommendation from our group. And I'll give you the statistical example. If you drive through Medford, we have a viaduct. And the most recent study that we have that was done by ODOT is that 59% of the traffic that goes over ODOT doesn't go any further than exit 27 and 30. It's our downtown, it's our arterial. So we had this discussion with Federal Highway Administration a few years ago. Well, can the state use state dollars to apply them to local streets? And he said, sure, if it's going to take or give a measurable reduction in capacity on a state system, yeah, maybe it's a smart way to do it. So that's the lens that we look at it through. And so I guess what I'm highlighting is that there is a real world opportunity for the different modes to come together and say, okay, which project can we put bike lanes on? Which project can we prioritize maybe some alternative mode opportunities for? Which projects are going to support maybe a rail project, a transload project? Look at it through all the lenses and then rely on ODOT staff to walk us through which ones qualify, because these criteria change all the time. Come up with a list of projects that are the most important to your area, have them on hand, and then as funding becomes available and the criteria for selection becomes available, work with ODOT staff. And to your comment, Commissioner Smith, we got the message loud and clear. So not only David, and I'm on OVAC, and Jerry Martin, our area manager, we're going to be working on our agendas to make sure that you get your feedback.
Thank you. And when we get your priorities and we figure out whether or not there's funding, I think the next step that we all have to agree on is we come up with a plan collectively that we go to the legislature and explain why we need more money, because these are high priorities for all of these acts. So I think going forward, that's something that I'd like to, we'll talk to staff about on how do we incorporate that next step in the ACT process, in the feedback loop and in our actions going forward.
Yeah, let me just make one comment with regard to Ken's feedback, which I totally respect. Some of that feedback that is expected has a lot to do with what the area commissions understand about how the process works. Because sometimes, with all due respect to our area commissioners, they develop unrealistic expectations. It's really our job as an area commission to say, here's how the process works. We submit it. There's a criteria and a process that goes through. And you're part of that process. Just because we didn't get the projects that we wanted doesn't mean that we weren't heard. So we can do a better job at that as well.
So I want to add to that, Cascade West, would prefer prioritizing corridors rather than modes. We feel like we can get more done if, if we can combine things at lower costs than if we are just worrying about a particular mode. So we really need to think about it when we do our state transportation improvement plan. It says, it's categorizing things such as safety and fix it and modernization, et cetera, et cetera. And so, we just would like to have it thought more of on a corridor basis instead of modes.
So I have a long list and I'm just trying to,
So Betty, I agree with you. One of the things when I was on the act, I think I almost got ran out of the room when I first began was, why are we not prioritizing and trying to take one area and fix it and then move on? And so I understand what you're saying.
so trying to keep it, gosh, I could go on and on with some suggestions, but I think where I'll start is, I'm from Region 3. We have a fabulous staff. They work very well with not just the act, but with the local community. They are part of our local community. We have agreements in place where we do sweeping for them. They store de-icer for us. There's a lot of cost saving things that go on that people don't know about because the dollars are so tight. So when I heard earlier that acts were, that the OTC was expecting acts to be sending letters outlining our consensus on things, that was the first time I had heard that. So we've had presentations come to our act, numerous ones, great information. Here's what's going on with this tip. What's your feedback? We give the feedback in the room, and that's all we were asked to do. So this is the first time that we heard, and my region staff were the same way. Whoa, we didn't know that what you were looking for was for the act to come up with a consensus of priorities and then send that to you directly from the act. We were asked to fill out surveys individually. Notes were taken during those, and they said, we'll get your feedback back. So part of not getting feedback back in that manner was we were not told that it was needed in that
It's
manner.
new. It's a new suggestion that we're talking about. It's new. So no, it's not something that we expected you to have been doing. It's a proposal that maybe this could be a better communication.
Okay,
loop.
okay.
So yeah, thank you.
So just building on that as well, what comes to us is very developed already. We're given a menu, which I understand to a point. I understand color of money. I understand all of those things. But what comes to us is A, B, C, and D. And you can pick equity at this much and fix it at this much and maintenance at this much. But we never really get the opportunity to go maintenance. We say it every single time we have a chance. Maintenance needs more. Maintenance needs more. We've been on this cliff forever. The only reason we probably, I'm just guessing, but from local government, this is our experience. The only reason we haven't fallen off of it is because we have workforce shortages. So we have employees that aren't being paid. And so we haven't met that cliff yet because we're short people, which means we're short in our service delivery as well. So when I hear that lawnmower funds are going here and there and everywhere, maintenance, let's get those lawnmower funds to maintenance if we can, is my 2 cents on that. I think there are I think that ODOT has, from the governor and others, there's an expectation that you're going to be everything to everybody. And I think that that's an aspirational goal that is very unrealistic. The example I'm going to use, because it really, really frustrated me, and I don't know the name of the committee. I spent 3 days where we really, in committees, and it was all Zoom, but we really worked at safety data. That's why when she talked about crash data, I was like, whoa, that's not what I had seen. And I think the point was the collection of crash data has gotten better. The crash data is not, the trends are not in the right direction. So we were really digging into that. We were spending time looking at the trends in each mode, in each region. What should a realistic goal be for the next couple of years. Spent 3 days, a couple hours a day doing that during Zoom, and then went into a bigger committee and found out that all of that work by 30 or 40 people, 8 hours of their time, was meaningless, quite frankly, because then we got to the bigger group and it was like, okay, we're still Vision Zero at 2035. So what do you want the curve to look like? Is it shaped like this? Or is it shaped like this? But either way, the data is doing this. 2035 says 0. So just tell us how you want that curve. That's not a great use of everybody's time. It's an aspirational goal. I think it was the state of New York that finally came out and said, we're not going to meet Vision Zero. At what point do some of those things that are sucking up a lot of resource?
Amanda, she talking about the safety committee?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, the TSAF and safety committee.
Yeah,
and
so-
I know it's federally required.
Right, so I used to serve on the TSAT, that's why I'm like, oh, this sounds like TSAT. So, I can't speak to that because they are an advisory committee to us, but we never hear from them but once a year. And I wasn't even aware that they were doing this work, so, let us dig a little into that.
So it just,
I'm sorry that you feel that. Yeah.
I just, it felt like the opportunity that you're wanting to hear feedback about our feedback. And so when I became chair, I'm kind of digging into different things. I'm an engineer, that's my training. And so I have value to bring to some of these tables, but then to find out, we're going to talk about a shape of a curve that doesn't exist. We didn't all have the same feeling when we left the Connect Oregon table. If I could, I didn't have any projects in the queue, so there was no skin in the game for me. I was on the final review committee. There were some sacred cows in the Connect Oregon process. So I know this is aspirational. Get the politics out of Connect Oregon. Let the projects stand on their own. If there's a way to do that, I don't know if there is. If there's not, that also can burn up a lot of people's time when you realize that there are decisions that have been finalized before you get in the room. Gosh, I feel like I'm taking too much time, but I think you're getting the gist of, we are willing to give the input. There are people around this table that have been around this table for decades, I would venture to say, and have have the expertise to help. What I would need back to feel like my help was effective is really clear direction. When I asked, how do we help? I got a very broad answer. I need a specific answer, which means reach out when it's like, hey, this committee's meeting, we need you to, if you can, if you're available, show. I don't know if you can do that, but show up and talk about this, this, and this. I'm not a puppet, but I'm very trainable. I'm willing to do those things, but I'm not willing to just wade into trying to navigate that. And we're all coming into so parts of the state don't feel like our legislators have a lot of influence. And so we need a more direct path to be able to help you, if that makes sense. So I think I will leave it at that. Thank you for taking the time to hear from us, but we are interested in helping. But sometimes when it feels like somebody that has invested a decade or more, their voice is being not heard or being even overpowered by some folks that get to be in the room because they live in the metro area, it does discourage people.
So thanks for all those comments. I think the last one speaks a lot to what Eric was trying to say about power dynamics and making sure that we have people at the table and are part of the decision-making process. I would just say, specific examples like this in terms of like what works well, what hasn't worked well in committees, that's good to hear from us because it gives us specifics on like, all right, clearly that wasn't the right call. That wasn't the right way to do things, and we can work on it. So I'll just offer too that if anyone wants to pull me aside afterwards or send me an email, I'm happy to hear it, some of those individual stories, and it's something we're committed to working on as well. I'll just mention lastly, the lawnmower fund came up. I'll just state that that fund has to be used on things that are not eligible for the state highway fund. So that's why they can't be used for O&M.
I'd like the lawnmower fund. Can you come over to my house and do that? Just to, most of you probably don't know, we're the newest act in the state. And we represent about 2 million people. So it's not exactly a small part of the state, but I would make some we hear all of us at the same things. We have a ton of lobbyists and a ton of government relations. So being plugged in isn't difficult for us, maybe some of you. I'd like to make some recommendations as maybe the new kid would not so do it. I've been on our county commission 38 years, 7 years of mayor before that. So I guess I'm a decades old person you're talking to.
That's like that, Mike.
Okay. Here would be my recommendation. When you talk about rural urban, that's a divide. When you talk about region, that's a divide. And frankly, those of us in the metropolitan area, we have specific needs to speak of. Our topography, where we're situated, our needs. We don't know anything about any other act. I couldn't tell you when I started asking, who are these acts? We don't know. But we look at in terms is, gee, if we're 45% of the state, why don't we get 45% of the funds? I listen around this table, it's a lot of really smart people who are really great people. I know I share probably 99.5% of my thoughts are just exactly there. But here's, I don't like just complaining. I like having maybe some suggestions. One, tell us a little about what the other acts are doing. Two, if we're one system, and I really believe we are, and so that project Lakeview or that project in Medford or Eugene or Hermiston, it's just as important to me as something important area, honestly, to me. So tell me how that benefits me. Not that you just want it. So if we knew what the projects were, and we don't, we all come in and say, okay, it's pretty easy to go to war if you don't know the faces of the people you're fighting with. If you don't know their stories, if you don't really know much about what's happening. Real easy, real easy. You stop fighting wars when you get to know who they are and their story. So why can't you have something more holistic? If we believe all that we're one state, share what the other act's priorities are, and not just a wish list, but how it impacts my system, which my system is all of their systems, not just mine, it's all of their systems. Show us how that impacts so we can't really speak with one voice. So we didn't start today. I don't know. I mean, some people have met through other sources, but I really don't know where there are. I don't know how that impacts Medford, for instance, pick on Medford or Grand Pass, or Ashland. I don't know how it impacts my system on that system. But I can tell you, if I can't get through Medford, I get some real problems, especially from some of our industries. I get some real problems. So could you at least on some occasional basis say, what's important to the Mid-Willamette Valley Act? You know, what's their priority and why is that important to us? And so that we do share concerns with one another. Why can't you from time to time, I'm not saying a big meeting like this, but at least brief us on some things. I share your points and come with these cooked presentations, and our staff at Region 1 is really great staff. I want to tell you that so that you know they're really, really good people. But they are really cooked. But you know, we all have lobbyists, we all have government relations people. So
We don't know.
yeah. We do. So we've seen all that. I mean, that's nothing new. But why couldn't you, do it as a OTC member, say, you know, I think that maybe we need to share information so that I know what's important to Eugene. I need to know what's in Bend and Redmond. You know, what's really important to them? Why is that important to us? And so that we can sit there and say, much as we would as a family, nobody's better or worse. Nobody should be left out. And how does this fit in family dynamics? But we're not a family. We're sitting there saying, well, what do I get in the rural area? And I'm sitting there saying, well, you know what? Tell me what your issue is. But I never hear what their issue is. I don't. And I'm talking about big app. We need to understand that. So if you want us to talk about legislature, and then we have 4 congressional districts, either are wholly or partially in this act. We have, you know, governors, lots of governors have been in this act. And so we need to know their stories so that we can empathize, that we can advocate. And so do something more than once every year or two, we get together and say, gee, I get to hear Ken's comments. I go in where his area all the time. I know exactly what he's talking about. Yeah, in it today, but I don't really hear from him. So can you do that? Let's be a family and let's figure out how to solve it together.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly, I think, the direction I want to go. With the ability of virtual these days, there's no reason we couldn't all get together. You know, have the chairs get together quarterly and talk about what's happening through it. I think that that's how you get that voice together and bring everybody together. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Julie, for those comments. I just wanted to address a couple of things. There are 6 commissioners in this room that had to drive up from Eugene. I find that a bit fascinating. I've only been a county commissioner for 4 years, but I know the 3rd week of November, I'm supposed to be in Eugene, staying at the now Graduate Hotel. So anyway, I'm trained about that. I find it unfortunate. I want to thank Bob Townsend for being in the room and for Sharon for listening to me over Connect Oregon. As someone who passed the CPA exam a long time ago in the dark ages, when 46% of the 46 million went to 2 projects, that is no bloody accident. And I pointed this out and I said, where's the private money in one of those investments? And actually the Willamette Weekly picked up what I was saying. I come from the land of growth, Central Oregon. We are growing like crazy. I was the only person representing our huge region of 9 counties on that Zoom call. I asked to be in person and I was told, no, we couldn't be in person. I'm a lot more effective in person. Maybe not today, but most days I am more effective in person. Still waiting for the vote drop in Deschutes County. So anyway, I only get to serve for this year and then we go back to somebody else. But I feel like listening to people in this room that have been here for decades, what are we doing? I was at an ODOT meeting a couple years ago, listening to the Rose problem. Oh gosh, we're still listening to the Rose problem. I'm a native Oregonian and I would really like to get that problem done so that we can do other things. Thank goodness, huge projects are starting in Deschutes County because of federal funding. We really need that. But the fact that the vote flipped for Portland, the Port of Portland project on our Zoom call, and I cannot figure out how that vote flipped, but it went 8 to 6 to 6 to 8. So of course it went into the funding category. It was so depressing. I thought we had excellent projects, and one of them was for Burlington Northern. We needed to take 600 freight trucks off of Highway 97. That did not happen. It was right below the line. We had our projects prioritized, and somehow one of them flipped to the top. But did I dare take it off? Because no, it was a smaller project. And thank goodness the airport tower at Bend was funded. So had to be happy about that. But truly, when 46% of 46 million, and there were 49 projects in total, goes to 2 projects. And I even said, can't we drop one of them to 8 million? And then I figured my 2 were right under the line. No, we can't do that. They have to get the entire money. And that money had very, very few dollars of private money. So just wanted to get this in the record. Sharon had to listen to me a couple of months ago. I just feel like, gosh, what are we doing? What are we doing? And the fact that we need maintenance in this state, we better figure out how to do that faster rather than slower, because when I see our crumbling roads when I'm driving around, and I do a lot of driving. So thank you.
Amanda, can I? So I just want to shift this just a little bit. My name is Jeff Hayes and I'm the chair for the next 45 days of the Public Transportation Advisory Committee. And which I've thoroughly enjoyed my years on the committee. It's like I'm getting extended by a couple more years just because of COVID. We're going through a reset, but something that everybody needs to keep in mind that 30% of Oregonians don't have cars. And one of the reasons that I got on PTAC was to make sure that everybody realizes that when we talk about transit in the state, it's not just TriMet. You know, it's not just lane transit, it's not just chariots. I got on to be a voice of rural transportation, and we've been successful with that. There's a lot of funding streams that are just rural specifically come from the FDA through ODOT. But when we talk about projects, transit has to be a part of the solution. Because like I said, 30% of Oregonians don't have a car. And so we're working hard on PTAC we've changed our membership structure. We're going to have more interaction now with the other modes. We're going to get involved with their mobile committees. So we know what's going on, because we all know that HB 2017 passed because we all went there as a unified voice. And that was historic, absolutely historic. And it was great for public transportation. We got a stable funding source. The only problem we have now is we don't have drivers to be able to offer that service. In my story up in Clatsop County, the month before the shutdown, we rolled out our service expansions, and our ridership for that month of February went up 30%. So it was going to be huge for us, and then everything shut down. We kept all our routes going, but the riders weren't there, unfortunately. And now, my agency, we had to cut our service a year ago in September by 30% just because of the driver shortage. So that's what we're struggling with. But along with that is the supply chain issues, and ordering buses is kind of humorous now because you order buses and you might get it in a couple of years. Yeah, now they're talking 5 to 7 years. So that's a real challenge for us. Being able to make sure that we have a reliable fleet on the route. So that's things we're struggling with. And then even if when we get those buses, they're going to be a lot more expensive than what we originally got grants for. So that's something that we're looking at as well. So anyway, thank you, commissioners, for having this meeting again. I enjoyed these over the years, and I'll just be a part of this group.
I'd like to take this moment to thank both Commissioner Brown and Smith for your time and attention today. These are so important for us to be able to speak with you, even if it is just once a year directly. So you can, and now that we're back in the room, it makes it even better. I wanted to refer back to something that Betty said a little bit ago about the communication through staff. I want to take the opportunity. Bill Jablonski is in the room, who is our district director for ODOT. And I would say that our communication through our ACT and through the staff, not only under his leadership, but prior, has been great. The one thing that we have to do as we have those communications, though, I feel, is we have to manage our expectations as an ACT. We have to understand that everything that we send upwards isn't going to be funded or isn't going to be addressed quickly, because there's all of y'all in the room that are representing the rest of the state too. But I do have to say that when communication comes back, I feel like it comes through our ACT staff, from ODOT staff, very well. And the things that we really truly want to get to you guys' desk, we do put in a letter. You do see my signature on that, and it comes to you, because if it's more than just an aspirational thing or a few lists of concerns or things like that, you're going to see it on letterhead, and it's going to come to you, and it's going to be communicated through staff and through ODOT staff. And I think it works pretty good in the Northwest ACT. And I'll use Highway 6 as a recent example. I mean, Highway 6 is goes from Washington County, and I really wish that Commissioner Rogers would just step up to the plate and take that thing over, so that doesn't have to worry about it. But a huge tourist route, huge freight route, one of the curvy, the whole damn thing is a slide ready to go off into the creek. But until enough cheese comes over that thing, as well as bugs and everything under the sun, it's a dangerous road. Carries lots of stuff. But through communication from the public to our ACT, to staff, to y'all, we're getting funded together right now to do a study on that road to figure out how we can fix it long term. And so it works, the system works, but we have to have ownership in it, and we have to also manage our expectations. I do just want to say, Nikki's conversation a moment ago about is it Goal Zero, that program? Vision Zero. And from the moment that came out, I mean, anyone I think with any common sense could say, man, that would be great if we could say that by 2035, there's not going to be a single traffic fatality on Oregon roads. My gosh, folks, let's set goals that are reasonable. And let's not expend funds and staff time and committee time and all those things on things that are unattainable. Something that reduces deaths on our roads is certainly something every one of us wants to do. But man, if your actual goal is unattainable, let's just rethink some of those things as we move forward. With all of that, I just want to say thank you to Bill, his staff, Mark Buffington, Ken Schonkweiler, and many, many others in our ODOT region that work really, really hard for all of our citizens, but really communicate well with our act. So we appreciate all that they do. And thank you guys to OTC. It's a job with a target on your back that is, we understand, we get it. Thank you.
Henry, thank you for that comment. I mean, we have the same with ODOT staff. I'm gonna stand because I can't see from the corner there. My name is Barry Schulberger. I'm the chair for South Central Act, and I'm a newer county commissioner for Lake County. So I'm representing Klamath and Lake County, and we're probably responsible for a good majority of log trucks, cattle trucks, and hay trucks that are buzzing up and down the road. You know, every day trucks, plural, are driving from Fort Rock, Christmas Valley to Tillamook to deliver some of the best alfalfa hay that's grown in Oregon. And, you know, so it's busy truck business in that, and they got to take a lot of different routes to get there. But the Willamette Pass is one of them, 97, things like that. California, the cattle they do the winter time in Northern California. Guess where they go in the summertime? We have over 80,000 head of cattle in Lake County, and I think right about that amount in Klamath County as well. Constant truck traffic, north and south there. I have a potential solution, though. If you're a truck driver in Medford, Oregon, and you need to get east, how do you go east? You got it. Well, until you get east of Lakeview, and then you have a length restriction. Okay, so you have to go to Bend, then you go to Burns, and we're adding truck traffic on 97. If you think about it in California, there's no good way to get to Interstate 80, you know, going through Weed and all that, eventually Reno. But we could reduce 97 truck traffic by straightening the curves east of Lakeview and get those folks to Winnemucca. What we're seeing happening is people are looking at their GPSs and they're going up 97. And they're going, how can I bypass Bend? So they're turning off on the Silver Lake Highway. They're going through Fort Rock. They're going through Christmas Valley. They're working their way back up onto Highway 20 to go to Burns. They're going fast. We just replaced cattle guards on our Christmas Valley Highway that had old timbers in them. You know, we as a county can't keep up with that kind of heavy truck traffic that's happening. And that's what's going on right now is people are pirating their way past Bend to get to Burns, to get east, to get to Boise. So what we're saying is there is a demand for trucks to get east, but we're really funneling them through Bend, through 97. And then, you know, what's the next choice? Clear up to 84. So you can help us out. You can help Oregon out by taking a look at that once we get the Rose Quarter fixed. Then we'll straighten some curves out there and Adel, Oregon, and we'll help you out. So, thank you.
So what exactly are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting if we can make improvements to 140 east towards Winnemucca.
Got it.
You will reduce truck traffic in Central Oregon and reduce truck traffic on our county roads that can't support it. And
people have a better route to get there legally. Because there is a length restriction due to tight curves between Lakeview and Adel, Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry.
Umatilla County Commissioner Dan Dorn. First of all, Barry, actually, if you need the formula, we have the same issues, and we can tell you how many tons of carbon can be saved by straightening that per hour. First of all, I know that Commissioner Brown and Travis, I got the mic without them seeing it because they've listened to me enough. I'd like to thank Ken and Sean and everybody in Arniac, Mavis for all their input. The one thing I want to leave today, and I'm not going to get into everything that everybody's already covered, but I do want to point this out, and a lot of people have heard me say this before, that in Oregon, we have the second highest death rate on rural roads in the US. Our non-rural roads are one of the highest safety. The spread between death on our rural roads in Oregon and our interstate roads is 3.12 to 1. It is one of the largest spreads, not just in the US, but in North America. So as we make these funding decisions, I think that's something that everybody should keep in mind as we put our list of requests together. Thank you.
Halfway forgot what I was gonna say, so much has been said. To the equity thing, I enjoyed that presentation, but it made me think about population, and then population, you think about money, and then equity divides it, or the population divides it, so that's where your equity comes in. So we always, on our side, say we're used to be low. I represent Grant, Harney, Mount Airy counties. And you've gathered in all the jackrabbits, coyotes, and cows, we're still not gonna get there. So but overall, in our act, we are family. We look at each other's projects each year, and we kind of, every 2 years, someone gets to the top, someone gets that project that they need to. The extended family is the other act. And we all know how important the extended families go sometimes. But I think the family comment that was made earlier is important. And then back to the EV charging stations, every 50 miles or so on 20 or 395, we need the rest areas with those charging stations, or they're going to be buried in toilet paper.
Well, and I travel over to Eastern Oregon. Actually, I've always said Lakeview is going to be where I retire someday. I love the place, but I always question ODOT is, why did we pave 2 strips down the road? Like that's their idea of maintaining the road. Where the tires go, we'll put these 2 strips of asphalt all the way down. And it's like, this isn't right. It's not right what we're doing. We forget that the trucks are on that road, that there's other parts of the state that people live in. And I'm just taking all this to heart, and thank you for your service on REF. Commissioner Dorn actually is the smart guy. He's always coming up with the statistical information for us and making us really think, and he drives an EV. So there you go, he wants that church. But you're right, rest stops. I mean, all of this plays parts into what we do, and I feel encouraged. I know I meet with the regional guys from Region 3 on a quarterly basis. They have to listen to me rant and rave about everything. And I'm really feeling good about this conversation, because I think that everybody has been brutally honest. And that's the kind of person I am. It's like, let's be honest here. Let's lay it out. Kenny, I loved your comments about why do we set a goal that's not achievable? Absolutely, I agree with you. We have to stop living in these fantasy worlds and really start looking at what we have to do. So I feel encouraged. I know Sharon's going to make some comments, but I'm feeling encouraged. But we haven't heard from Vice Ed yet, so I'll shut up. I just realized that.
Oh, yes, so I am also on an act, but today I'm not acting on with my act because he just I'm the Oregon Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and so I had a couple of things because we had a meeting yesterday. First, thank you. We actually have more money going to the bike and ped area than we ever have, and that is fabulous this evening. The IIJA, a lot of those funds, they were put towards those kind of systems, which of course makes me incredibly happy because I sell bikes. I do want to draw attention to the pedestrian safety crisis. I know that you guys have heard it, but this year alone, there has been it's over 50% increase in pedestrian fatalities. And that's after a record year of last year. So that number is just ramping up like nobody's business. At the current levels of funding, it will be over 160 years before there will be a complete bicycle and pedestrian system. So of course, I find that a little daunting as well. Mechanisms of improvement. Safe Routes to School is doing great. They are doing fabulous things. I love it. They are expanding their area to meet the federal guidelines in a hopeful way. The other thing that I know that is happening is the Community Pass Grant. That is also doing wonderful things. However, they are oversubscribed, as in for every 4 wonderful projects that show up, we get together money to like one of them. So once again, it's back to the money. And then my final thing is I come across the state. I live in Eastern Oregon and I love it. So I drive all the way over here and I have all these enthusiastic, wonderful people around me and they're like, these are our visions. These are our goals. This is what we can do. This is how fabulous this could be. And they have policies that are wonderful, that and their values. I just want to see these things happen. And as the Rubber Stops Here committee, you guys have the big bullet on you, but you're the end of it. So if ODOT is not going in the direction that your vision says, you're the one that has to say, you know what, the vision says this, and what we're doing is that. So I would encourage you to make sure that you are following these policies that we have spent so much time, so much energy enacting, like the blueprint for urban design, the BUD. That's something that I really want to go forward. And then it comes back to sustainable funding. I know I have been on the OPAC for a handful of years now, and every year there's this new funding fabulous thing that comes out, which is great. But we created a fabulous funding thing 5 years ago. Why don't we just put more money into it instead of recreating the wheel every 3 years and enacting a whole bunch of work for the people that are running those programs. So my 2 things are stick with the visions. You guys put a lot of time and effort into making those policies. Stick with them, they're great, but make sure that you follow them. And then yeah, the funding thing, it needs to be like clockwork instead of scattered. So thank you.
Thank you all for being here. We've heard a lot. I always like to, when I hear a lot of input, I like to sleep on it and think about it before I make any kind of pronouncements or decisions about it. So my goal is going to be to take all of this input, think about it, talk with Julie, talk with staff, come up with, brainstorm some maybe new ideas on how we can work together better, and then give you some feedback on it.
I think we need to take it to our other commissioners too. And so that has to happen. It's difficult because we don't, when we meet as a commission in a meeting, but I think that maybe we need to have some kind of a workstation session where we talk about what is the future here and what we're going to do and all get on the same page. And because we haven't done a great job of actually communicating that to our chair or the other committee members. We have bits and pieces that we share with them when something is brought up to us, but we haven't really sat down as a commission and said, this is where we want the acts to go. It's kind of been brainstorming between the two of us and the staff.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. I think that's a great point, which is, it's gonna take a little longer because we first gotta brainstorm it. And then we've gotta talk to the rest of the commission and we've gotta get on the agenda, we have to do a work session and so we promise to get back to you.
That almost sounded terrible.
I know. It did sound terrible.
All right, so I think those are closing remarks.
And I have another committee meeting at 2:30.
Yeah, so thank you for staying over with us. I know we went over time and your time is valuable, so apologies for going over time. But it was really important to hear from everybody. So appreciate your insights, your candor, and your honesty. Sometimes things are hard to hear, but that's what we need to hear. So really appreciate you coming around the table. A couple things that I heard in particular, this is valuable. Hearing from each other is valuable. So at least once a year, but I heard interest in maybe doing that a little bit more. I heard the call to action of all of us trying to speak together towards one voice, bringing our legislators around some of those key issues that we're dealing with, understanding operations and maintenance are at a critical point and we need to do something there. And we need to do better in the engagement side, the feedback side. So you heard some great commitment there from our commissioners. So this is to all of you. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Good. Thank you.